The House will be in order. Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., May 23, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Carlos A. Jimenez to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and the minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize two fallen Hoosier police officers who were killed in the line of duty while serving in our community last year. Noah Chavez of Elwood and Sierra Burton of Richmond were honored for their National Police Week this year, and their names were added to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial right here in Washington, D.C. Noah was a 5-year veteran and had been with the police department for 11 months. Sierra was a 4-year member of the Wayne County Police Department and was the first female canine officer in the department's history. We will never forget Noah and Sierra's service and sacrifice to our Indiana community and our entire nation. May our brave fallen police officers rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Miss Manjuli, a junior at Columbus North High School, on winning the State of Indiana Poetry Out Loud competition and then going on to become the 2023 Poetry Out Loud National Champion. She has truly made Indiana's 6th District proud, and she has brought a bright future ahead. Congratulations to Miss Manjuli, and I wish her the best of luck on all her future professional and personal endeavors. Mr. Speaker, I rise today because I'd like to honor Officer Dustin Moody on the House floor. Officer Moody was seriously injured in the line of duty, paralyzing him from the waist down just last year. Before his injury, he had been serving in law enforcement for 10 years and had been with the Trafalgar Police Department since December 2020. Throughout his career as a police officer, Officer Moody was dedicated to protecting our communities in Johnson County, Indiana. God bless Officer Moody, and thank you to all our brave Hoosier police officers for their service. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 317 Riders Motorcycle Club, which is a group of motorcyclists in Shelby County, Indiana, for their philanthropic work that they do. Since they were founded in 2002, the 317 Riders Motorcycle Club's mission has been to provide fun motorcycling rides for its members, and while at the same time giving back to the Hoosier community. Thank you to the 317 Riders Motorcycle Club for all the funding and volunteering work that they do for Indiana's 6th District, and I look forward to seeing what more the 317 group does. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to raise concerns with the EPA's newest attempt to create the Clean Power Plan 2.0. By setting unattainable emissions targets and relying on untested technologies, this rule will raise utility bills and threaten the reliability of our electric grid. Once again, EPA is driving out affordable baseload power plants to fulfill their rush to their green agenda. We're already seeing a reliability crisis play out across the country, and EPA is doubling down on their attempts to regulate fossil fuels out of existence. It's past time for this administration to face reality and put our nation on a sustainable path forward to keep the lights on. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to raise awareness of the direction of this administration's American energy strategy. Just last week, the North American Reliability Corporation again raised alarms about potential blackouts this summer. The administration is making a bad situation worse by continuing to roll out unattainable and unworkable emission standards. At the same time, agencies are forcing the electrification of everything from cars to stoves. This rush to green agenda will raise the cost to turn lights on, cook your meals, or heat your homes. Hoosiers and all Americans will be the ones to foot the bill for an incoherent energy strategy. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Mrs. Strahan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to remind members of this chamber what happened just 2 weeks ago in Allen, Texas. 8 people senselessly murdered by an extremist armed with an assault rifle. A 3-year-old boy and his mom and dad leaving behind a 6-year-old orphan who survived the mass shooting. 2 young sisters, one in the 4th grade and the other in the 2nd, described as rays of sunshine. 3 young adults, each with their entire lives ahead of them. All of them simply minding their own business at the outlets on a Saturday, not knowing it would be their last. The news cycle may have changed, something many in this chamber were waiting for. But each of these victims leave behind loved ones who are still mourning an unimaginable loss. Each of these victims, like every victim of a mass shooting before them, deserved better. They deserved real action that could have prevented a person deemed unfit to serve in the United States Army from accessing an assault weapon that he used to kill them. They deserve better than their member of Congress going on national television that same day and saying that thoughts and prayers are enough to stop gun violence, and that if you disagree, you don't believe in an almighty God. And they certainly deserve better than platitudes from a governor more concerned about his grade on an NRA scorecard than the number of victims of mass shootings in his state. Mr. Speaker, I stood here at this podium 8 weeks ago after 3 9-year-old children and 2 teachers were murdered in their classrooms in Nashville. And I pleaded with the Republican majority to bring legislation to the floor to prevent another mass shooting. I listed bills we could have considered: the assault weapons ban to get weapons of war, the gun of choice for mass shooters, off our streets; the Bipartisan Background Checks Act to make sure guns aren't falling into the hands of individuals who shouldn't have them; and the Enhanced Background Checks Act to ensure that a full background check is actually completed before the firearm sale is processed. Yet here we are, 17 days since Allen, Texas, 57 days since the Covenant School, and 1 day before the first anniversary of the massacre in Uvalde. And what are we being forced to vote on this week? A piece of legislation that will make it harder to stop air pollution. Are you serious? This is a colossal disconnect. There's a witness from a shooting just 2 weeks ago who talked about how he went to help a little girl who he thought was hiding, and when he went to check on her, she didn't have a face after being shot with an AR-15 style assault weapon. But we can't even get a vote on whether those guns should be available. It's no wonder people think Congress is out of touch. The United States is the only developed nation in the world where this kind of thing keeps happening again and again. We're the only country where mass shootings are so common that we have PSAs so people know what to do. Where my girl's school day is interrupted on a regular basis to practice an active shooter drill. It's shameful, it's infuriating, and it's embarrassing. This chamber should be embarrassed that another mass shooting has disappeared from the news without a shred of action. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to deliver the 20th installment of my Farm Bill Impact Series and celebrate this week's ribbon cutting at USDA's National Bio and Agri Defense Facility in Manhattan, Kansas, which is in the heart of my district. It has been 8 years since the facility's groundbreaking in 2015, And now this state-of-the-art 700,000 square foot research center is a national asset that will help protect animal agriculture against the threat of potential impact of serious animal diseases. NBAF will be home to the only maximum biocontainment space in the country, where USDA will conduct comprehensive research, develop animal vaccines and antivirals, and explore enhanced diagnostic and training capabilities. This facility isn't just about animal health, it's about public health as well. NBAF will replace the 60-year-old Plum Island Animal Disease Center in New York, create 400 new jobs for Kansans, generate more than $100 million in total economic benefit for our state, and make Kansas the home of internationally recognized animal disease experts. And bringing healthy animals into the facility, world-renowned research will happen here. I'm proud to have this facility in my district and right down the street from K-State School of Veterinary Medicine and the Biosecurity Research Institute, creating a scientific hub that will lead the world in agriculture research and health. Last month, I chaired my first hearing of the House Agriculture Subcommittee on Livestock, Dairy, and Poultry on animal health with USDA Undersecretary Moffitt. Animal health is at the forefront of livestock producers' minds, and so it's at the forefront of my mind on their behalf. This year's Farm Bill is an opportunity to lead in the areas of innovation and research. We must get animal health right for our food security, economic security, and national security. The 2018 Farm Bill contains special authorization for biosecurity planning and response, which helped make NBAF possible. So NBAF is a concrete example of the impact that we can have when we authorize the Farm Bill in careful and creative ways. Last year, I hosted House Agriculture Committee Chairman G.T. Thompson on an ag tour of Kansas where I was proud to show him NBAF. And last month, I hosted House Agriculture Committee staff and congressional staff from agriculture districts around the country for a tour of NBAF. The technology, scale, and international significance of the facility is truly second to none. Once fully operational, NBAF won't just support and protect agriculture, it will protect our country and the world. I'll be back on the floor soon to deliver another installment of my Farm Bill Impact Series and highlight more programs and titles within the Farm Bill that I believe Congress must understand and support to ensure that agriculture thrives right here in America. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to use my voice in defense of the voiceless. Abortion has desensitized our nation and resulted in the deaths of nearly 64 million unborn American citizens, which is basically the entire population of the Midwest. Last year, the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, rectifying a wrong that was plagued our country for decades. And while that is a huge triumph for the right to life, there is still a lot of work to be done. Last month, the Biden administration announced that it plans to use $1.5 billion of taxpayer money to establish a national abortion hotline to counsel individuals on how to obtain an abortion and other certain family planning services. According to the administration, the project will operate as a supplement to the existing Title X Family Planning Services grant. The grant information states that one of the hotline's purposes will be to offer information, counseling, and referral for pregnancy termination. The Public Health Service Act of 1970 established Title X funds to help low-income and uninsured women access health care and family planning services. From the beginning, Title X funds were never intended to support abortion services, and the underlying statute explicitly prohibits it. In October 2021, however, the Biden administration finalized a rule that violated the spirit of this law by actively supporting abortion. It provided Title X funding to clinics that perform elective abortions by requiring grantees to make abortion referrals. This new abortion hotline goes one step further. Taxpayer dollars should never go towards funding abortions, but President Biden and his administration are continually attempting to use Title X funds to promote abortion services. This week, I'm leading a letter to President Biden to push back on this gross violation of the law, and I will be doing everything within my power to prevent this hotline from going live, including a piece of legislation that I plan to introduce soon. I firmly believe that life begins at conception, and I will fight to protect the lives of all Americans, born and unborn. I will also continue to protect pregnancy resource centers and pro-life organizations from domestic terrorism. As a proud father and members of the Value Action Team, I will strongly oppose any legislation that would endanger the lives of the unborn and support legislation that protects the rights of the defenseless. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Nevada, Mrs. Lee, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of two celebrations that are incredibly important to my community. the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and Small Business Month. As the representative of one of the largest and fastest growing AA-NHPI communities in the country, I am beyond proud of the contributions of our small business owners that they have made to our thriving Southern Nevada economy. Folks like Alex Zen, who curates Chinatown Zen Decor, a boutique jewelry shop offering minimalist decor and jewelry. Or Amy Jang Wharton, owner of the #1 Boba Tea, which has been proudly serving the Las Vegas community since 1998. And leaders like Ken Cheng, manager of Chinatown Outlet Mall, who have worked tirelessly to create thriving commercial centers for our small businesses. And all of this amazing development would not be possible without the support of groups like the Nevada AAPI Chamber of Commerce, the Las Vegas Asian Chamber, the Las Vegas India Chamber, the Philippines Chamber, the Vietnamese American Chamber, the Korean American Chamber, and the Sri Lankan American Association of Las Vegas, and so many more. They all work day in and day out to serve our AA-NHPI small businesses across the Silver State. From Chinatown to the Las Vegas Strip and across the valley, Southern Nevada draws its strength in our diversity, and the AA-NHPI Nevadans are key to that success. Thank you to all of the AA-NHPI Nevadans who put the American dream on full display by pursuing their passions and growing our small business economy. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Steele, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of HALT Fentanyl Act. The flow of fentanyl across our unsecure borders is not only a public health crisis, but a national security crisis as well. With as much as 90% of illicit fentanyl coming from China, the Chinese Communist Party has a hand in the poisoning of American citizens. Our communities are becoming all too familiar with the danger that this toxic substance poses. Fentanyl poisoning is now the #1 cause of death among adults between 18 and 49, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands of Americans. That's why I am proud to co-sponsor the HALT Fentanyl Act, which will permanently schedule fentanyl and ensure the federal government recognizes this substance for the deadly threat it is. It will give our law enforcement the tools they need to combat this danger, and it will empower researchers to better understand the full scope of the drug's impact on Americans' health. We owe a solution to the families who have lost a loved one to fentanyl. This bill is that solution, and I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on the HALT Fentanyl Act. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the contributions of Dr. Clayton Chow to the people of Orange County and to congratulate him on his dedicated service to our community. When I chaired the Orange County Board of Supervisors, I was pleased to work with Dr. Chow in his capacity as Director of Orange County Healthcare Agency. During the pandemic, he stepped up to serve as the county's health officer. Together, we worked to keep Orange County citizens safe, informed during a time of unprecedented anxiety. Dr. Chow understands the importance of protecting the vulnerable while also preserving livelihoods, supporting workers and businesses, and maintaining an even-handed approach. Thanks to his work, we ensured the successful pandemic response in Orange County. Dr. Chow has so much to be proud of, and on behalf of Orange County, I thank him for his service and wish him all the best in his future endeavors. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kamlinger Dove, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to applaud how the Inflation Reduction Act is delivering for our country in California's 37th Congressional District. I am proud of the work that California has already done to be a leader in renewable energy. And with key investments from the Inflation Reduction Act, our country can benefit from a clean energy market that puts our workers first and brings the United States into the 21st century. The passage of the Inflation Reduction Act has already created $242 billion in new investments, with $5.45 billion announced in my state alone for clean energy and manufacturing projects. It has already created 142,000 new jobs across 41 states, red, blue, and purple. IRA is projected to create 9 million new, good-paying jobs for Americans over the next decade. But that's not all it will do. It will help us achieve our climate goals, boost clean technology manufacturing, make EVs more accessible and affordable, ensure families breathe clean air and drink clean water, and make gains towards environmental justice for historically forgotten communities. What does this look like for my community? It's funding for air quality monitoring grants in historically disadvantaged communities, clean school buses for our children, and low-emission public transportation in Los Angeles. After years of insufficient federal action to address our climate crisis, Democrats came together to enact this historic law, and we cannot go back. Unfortunately, Republicans prefer to help their corporate polluter friends roll back environmental safeguards and are currently working to use our economy as a bargaining chip to erase major clean energy provisions in the IRA through debt limit discussions. If the Speaker and his ultra-MAGA colleagues got their way, they would inflict dire consequences to our efforts to stop the worst of climate change from happening. They would end renewable energy credits for wind and solar, limit rooftop solar growth in homes and businesses, stop the expansion of electric vehicle sales and EV charging stations, repeal funding for low-income communities that was intended to address pollution, and repeal the methane emissions reduction program. These are investments in clean energy that have largely benefited Republican districts, even though they won't admit it. And Republican actions today will take away the wealth and economic opportunity from everyday American households. This law is our strongest chance to create a safer, healthier nation for our children and families and regain credibility with allies around the world. We cannot allow Republicans to take us back to a time where fossil fuels and toxic policy discussions hold hostage our health and economy. Congress must pass a clean debt limit increase now. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize May as National Foster Care Month. Nearly 500,000 children fall under the care of our foster system. And as overseers of their welfare, Congress has a sacred duty to support these children and those who work tirelessly on their behalf to ensure that they have safe and loving homes. Our child welfare system is in desperate need of reform. We must have supportive policies that fairly compensate social workers and invest in the needs of our children. Supporting the growth and development of a child and giving them safe shelter are incredibly important tasks that have fallen by the wayside. Foster youth are feeling the economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic alongside the disparities they face in education, healthcare, and employment. This is why I joined my colleagues in the Foster Youth Caucus to introduce a resolution to recognize the month of May as National Foster Care Month. I will continue to raise awareness around our foster care system and the work of the selfless social workers and advocates. If we want to talk about adoption and providing for our children, we must take a real and lasting look at the problems we are facing and come together on solutions. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman now yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia, Mrs. Green, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to provide a report to the United States House of Representatives that Americans support impeachment. Last week, I introduced articles of impeachment against 5 people who have abused the power of their positions and provided corruption and disservice to the American people. I introduced articles of impeachment against U.S. Attorney Matthew Graves at the Department of Justice. Matthew Graves refuses to prosecute 67% of the crimes in Washington, D.C., and abuses his office in a political pursuit who he deems political enemies, while persecuting people for January 6, people who just walked through the Capitol. Matthew Graves must be impeached. He should prosecute criminals in Washington, D.C. that commit all kinds of crimes every single day, not care about one day where people have already been arrested and are rotting in jail. Last week, I introduced articles of impeachment against FBI Director Christopher Wray. By turning the FBI into Joe Biden and Merrick Garland's personal police force, Chris Wray has made himself a lackey of the regime. Under Wray's watch, the FBI has intimidated, harassed, and trapped American citizens that have been deemed enemies of the Biden regime. FBI even raided Mar-a-Lago on August 8th of 2022 in an unconstitutional raid of former president's home. FBI whistleblower Garrett O'Boyle told congressional investigators that the FBI created a terrorist threat tag following the Dobbs Supreme Court decision in 2022. O'Boyle confirmed that the purpose of the tag was to target pro-life individuals, and now Wray has weaponized the FBI against his own agents. These brave FBI whistleblowers have been stripped of their salaries and their security clearances simply for coming forward and bravely telling the truth. FBI Director Christopher Wray must be impeached. I introduced articles of impeachment against Attorney General Merrick Garland. Since Merrick Garland took over as Attorney General in March of 2021, he has completely weaponized the Department of Justice. The politicization of the Department of Justice has resulted in the persecution of the left's political enemies and a real two-tier justice system in America. Garland has used the FBI as a personal police force for his boss, Joe Biden. The Department of Justice's persecution of Joe Biden's primary political adversary, Donald J. Trump, is anti-democratic. Raiding the former president's home for legally declassifying documents is a transparent violation of justice. Persecuting a declared candidate for president of the United States is nothing short of election interference. But not only that. From investigating parents who protest their local school boards to going after pro-life activists and Catholics, Merrick Garland must be impeached. What I want to tell the House of Representatives today is a Rasmussen poll was released just last week that 53% of voters in America, Republicans, Independents, and Democrats, support the impeachment of Joe Biden for high crimes and misdemeanors. I introduced articles of impeachment on Joe Biden last week because of the national security crisis at our border. I also introduced articles of impeachment against Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for failing to do his duties to secure America's border. But he's only doing the bidding of his boss, Joe Biden. At 5 p.m. yesterday, I released a survey simply on my social media asking, do you support impeachment? 8,600 people responded, and that was just from 5 p.m. last night. 77% said yes, they support impeachment. Only 23% oppose. And if anyone's read the comments on my Twitter account, you know for sure it's not just Republicans that follow me. Joe Biden has deliberately compromised our national security by refusing to enforce immigration laws and secure our border. He has allowed nearly 6 million illegals from over 170 countries to invade our country. He has caused approximately 1,700% increase in border encounters in just one sector of our northern border. Under his reign, there have been approximately 1.4 million known gotaways who have evaded U.S. authorities. He has allowed fentanyl, the #1 killer of Americans between ages of 18 and 45, to overwhelmingly flood into our country and kill over 300 Americans every single day. Joe Biden should be impeached. In my district alone, we have had an increase of 350% of fentanyl murders.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Thank you. Joe Biden must be impeached. I yield.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I rise to recognize the remarkable life of Judy Gilbert Gould. Judy Gilbert Gould, a lifelong resident of Miami, passed away on April 21st, 2023 at the age of 88. She was the daughter of the late Stanley C. and Martha M. Myers and sister to the late Kenneth M. Myers. As a young woman, Judy became involved in the National Council of Jewish Women, eventually serving as president of the Miami chapter. In recognition of her service, Judy was awarded NCJW's highest honor, the Hannah G. Solomon Award, for her commitment to the advancement of human welfare. Judy later served in several other important professional and leadership capacities. Working under then Dade County State Attorney Janet Reno, Judy was the director of Victim Witness Services in the State Attorney's Office to help prepare rape victims to testify in court. Later on, Judy's professional career concentrated on working for the Jewish people. In 1983, Judy joined the Greater Miami Jewish Federation, where she served for many years as director of Federation's Community Relations Council, the JCRC. As the JCRC's executive director, Judy adroitly mobilized and engaged Miami's Jewish community on many levels. She led our citizen activists in building relationships with members of Congress on both sides of the aisle, was pivotal in the pro-Israel movement here at home, and successfully advocated for the national agenda supported by the Jewish Council for Public Affairs. On a personal note, we work closely together to address a multitude of issues facing our community, from the scourge of anti-Semitism to ensuring we maintain our strong U.S.-Israel relationship. Shortly after I was elected to Congress, under Judy's leadership role at the Greater Miami Jewish Federation, she approached me with the idea to sponsor legislation that would create a month during which we honor the contributions American Jews have made to the fabric of our nation. I introduced a resolution, and since 2006, our nation has celebrated Jewish American Heritage Month each May to educate Americans about the contributions Jewish Americans have made and continue to make to our country, helping to reduce hate, anti-Semitism, and bigotry. Judy's commitment to Miami's Jewish community in the state of Israel was exemplary, and I will miss her guidance and wisdom. My heart is with her family in mourning the loss of this kind, generous, and compassionate soul. We were forever privileged to have shared this time with Judy. May her memory be for a blessing. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently traveled across New York's beautiful and sprawling 24th District as part of my official 2023 Farm Bill listening tour. Our district is among the largest agricultural and dairy districts in the Northeast and the largest apple growing district outside of Washington State. I hosted several open-door roundtables in every part of the district to hear directly from farmers and producers about their concerns for our region's agricultural community. Ahead of our consideration of the Farm Bill later this year, feedback from farmers and producers is vitally important. The Farm Bill reauthorization is always critical for communities like mine, but this year it's more important than ever. Our farmers are struggling, and they need advocates in Congress who will stand with them. In New York, this is especially true as a raft of new state laws and regulations from Albany are imposing unprecedented and costly burdens on rural communities. Our farmers are counting on Congress to get this year's Farm Bill done and get it done right. First of all, we want to make sure, based on what I gleaned from my listening sessions, do not make any cuts to the Farm Bill programs that are pivotal to the vitality of the Northeast agricultural community. Next, reform the federal crop insurance program to cover a wider range of items and better fit the needs of specialty crop farmers, including maple syrup, which is unique to the Northeast. support funding for the Specialty Crop Block Grant Program, as well as research of monitoring of invasive species that we've been experiencing in New York, and raise the 5 million pound dairy margin Tier 1 limit to reflect the consolidation that has occurred in the industry. And on a personal note, I beg of the Farm Bill appropriators and drafters, please don't ban chocolate milk in schools. It was a lifeline for me and my family. Even the one and only Elon Musk has recognized the value in chocolate milk. These are the requests that were echoed by farmers across the 24th District, and they are the priorities I'm fighting for in Congress. I thank Chairman G.T. Thompson for his continued leadership as chair of the House Agricultural Committee and look forward to working with him in advancing these priorities. I will continue to advocate for solutions that support our agricultural producers in New York and across the country. Members of this body must realize without productive farmers, we have no food. We will not achieve prosperity. We must put aside partisan politics and come together to make this year's Farm Bill a path to growth in all of our agricultural economies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Jackson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, there was an enormous fire in Charlotte. An apartment building that was under construction caught fire. Within an hour, it became a 5-alarm fire. 90 firefighters from the Charlotte Fire Department responded. They were able to heroically rescue 15 construction workers, including one from on top of a crane. Tragically, 2 construction workers were not able to be rescued, and they died. Reuben Holmes and DeMonte Sherrill. Reuben was loved by his family. He was set to have lunch with his sister on Saturday, and they just can't believe what happened. DeMonte was a father of 4. Obviously, this is a tragedy that will reshape their families' lives, but also a big part of our community. We honor the first responders who sprung into action and did everything they possibly could under extraordinary circumstances, a fire that burned at a temperature of 2,000 degrees. And we call upon the members of our broader Charlotte community to do everything that they can for these families that have suffered truly unimaginable loss. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? May the peace of God, which transcends all our understanding, guard our hearts and minds this day. For if you, O Lord, guard our thoughts, how can we think of anything but of that which is derived from your truth? So may our hearts also reflect your integrity. If you guard our thoughts, Almighty God, how can we think of doing anything except that which is noble and right and pure? So also may our hearts reveal your nobleness, your righteousness, and your perfection. If you, O Lord, guard our hearts, how can we avoid living lives that show forth your merciful love? So may we direct our minds to live in light of your compassion and kindness. If you, holy God, guard our hearts, how can we resist living lives that are worthy of your admiration and your praise? So may we lead our minds to discover your more excellent way. We may not understand how or even why you are calling us to participate in the peace you desire for this world, for this nation, or for this place. But may we dedicate our hearts and our minds to your keeping, that your love, kindness, and truth would in your mercy be revealed through us. We pray in the name of the one who has shown us what is good, acceptable, and perfect. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
As we continue to commemorate Mental Health Awareness Month, I would like to recognize an organization in Guam which started in October of 2021 and has continued to advocate for mental health and suicide prevention. TUMA is a woman-owned small business, and I am honored to recognize the founder, Mrs. Desiree Moylan, who is here with us today in the halls of Congress. It is through the challenges faced when Desiree's younger brother, Ray, took his life in 2017. TUMA was a nickname provided to Ray by Desiree's son, Apollo, a name which had no meaning then, has a significant presence today with the island community. TUMA focuses on shifting the stigma surrounding mental health and normalizing such conversations through sharing stories and connections, assisting in healing process. So on behalf of a thankful nation and island, I would like to commend Mrs. Desiree Moylan and the team TUMA for their selfless efforts in helping others and reminding them to always choose themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, May marks National Preservation Month. This year's theme is People Saving Places. This Congress can do that by supporting the Historic Tax Credit Growth and Opportunity Act. This bipartisan bill, which I introduced with Congress members LaHood and Blumenauer, builds on the success and lasting benefits of the federal historic tax program. Over the last 2 decades, my Western New York community has seen over $1.2 billion of investments in more than 250 rehab projects made possible thanks to the historic tax credits. Across the nation, historic tax credits has driven $122 billion in private investment and supported millions of jobs by restoring and expanding the historic tax credit program through the Historic Tax Credit GO Act. We give the country an opportunity to rebuild stronger in communities the tools to invest in the revitalization of their neighborhoods. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Center County's own Marisa Fasiri,
who was named the Youth Mental Health First Aid Instructor of the Year, an award that she received for her efforts to support mental health and well-being in her home state of Pennsylvania. Each May, we observe Mental Health Awareness Month to acknowledge the mental health challenges faced by millions of Americans. For Marissa, every day is committed to mental health awareness and support. In 2012, Marissa founded the Jana Marie Foundation to, quote, empower young people by open minds and save lives through educational programming and community mobilization in the Center County region, end quotes. Marissa started the foundation after her sister, Jana Marie Vasiri, who tragically lost her life in the battle against depression at the young age of 30. Marissa honors her memory by continuing her sister's commitment to helping others and through creative expression and the arts. In addition to her national award, she will soon be inducted as one of this year's Outstanding State College alumni. I commend Marissa Vasiri for winning the 2023 Youth Mental Health First Aid Instructor of the Year and for her selfless service to the Center County community through the Jana Marie Foundation. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Our Supreme Court is a symbol of corrupt and cruel judicial politics. Clarence Thomas is the poster child for the Supreme Court, the only federal court with no ethical standards at all, let alone enforce them. They empower extremists who would deny vital life-saving care in their zeal to enforce their vision on the limits of women's health. It's not just about their opposition to abortion. They're forcing women to be pregnant regardless of the consequences to real people. The harms are not theoretical, as illustrated in today's Washington Post editorial. Real women and their families suffer serious injury being denied care they need. I'm proud I come from one of the few states that has no limitations on the family's access to reproductive health care, the most personal of decisions. Change is coming, make no mistake, as more and more recognize the impact of this cruel interference in the most personal of decisions. Despite hopelessly gerrymandered state legislatures, the people ultimately will win.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Rotary Club of Fort Worth, Texas on their 110th anniversary. Since the first meeting in June of 1913, the Rotary Club has supported the community in many ways and has enriched the lives of the people in the Fort Worth area. Rotary was founded as a service club for community members from diverse backgrounds to come together to make positive changes in their communities. Whether it's scholarships to local schools, supporting nonprofits, or providing education and water to impoverished countries around the world, the Rotary Club of Fort Worth has always put service above self. As a longtime Rotarian and member of this club in Fort Worth, as my father was, Jack Williams, I am proud to congratulate the Rotary Club of Fort Worth for their significant milestone, and I am confident they will continue their exceptional service to the community for the next 100 years. If the four-way test was observed more today, the world would be a better place. In God we trust. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I keep hearing from my Republican friends about work requirements, work requirements, work requirements. Speaker McCarthy said, and get this, people are getting paid to sit at home on the couch. Okay, let's talk about work requirements. I have good news for my GOP friends. In 1996, you all demanded the work requirements that are still in place today. Now, maybe if Speaker McCarthy weren't so busy auctioning off his used chapstick for $100,000, he'd know working families in this country are struggling and need help. Maybe if he weren't so busy giving speeches to Wall Street bankers, he'd know most people on food assistance are children, seniors, and people with disabilities. And maybe if he spoke to an able-bodied adult on food assistance, he'd know they aren't sitting on the couch because they're out working. They just make so little they qualify for a measly $6 a day benefit they use to buy food. Republicans are going after food assistance so they can give another tax break to billionaires. It is a disgrace. It is a shame. Speaker McCarthy tried living on SNAP for a week. before screwing over poor people. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize the Strasburg High School wrestling team for their Class II state championship victory, the Rams' second state title in a row. The 4 individual state champions who led this victory include junior Heath Burks with 126 points in his 3rd state title, senior Ethan Asher with 138 points in his 3rd state title, junior David Burks with 150 points in his 2nd state title, and senior Chuck Fake with 215 points in his 2nd state title. Additional top Strasburg Rams performers were Connor Miller, placing 6th, Jason Schadenholz, placing 3rd, Donovan Burks, placing 6th, Braden Stern, placing 5th, and Hudson Conrad, placing 3rd. This was a remarkable performance by the whole team, and I wish the best of luck to the seniors on the team in their future endeavors. Congratulations again to all these talented athletes, parents, coaches, and staff on this well-deserved victory. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise to honor the families of Uvalde, Texas. 1 year ago this week, 21 souls walked through the doors of their classrooms for the very last time. They were teachers, artists, and athletes, aspiring police officers, and honor roll students. Hours later, they were dead, gunned down by a teenage shooter with weapons designed for the battlefield. At the morgue, their bodies were so ravaged, they had to be identified through DNA testing. I have 3 children, 9, 7, and 1. When I drop my older children at school, I think of the families in Uvalde who never had a chance to say goodbye to theirs. Over the last year, those same families have held back tears in our committee rooms as they begged Congress to end America's gun violence epidemic. We know how to stop school shootings. We know that assault weapons bans, universal background checks, and a higher age for gun purchases will save American lives. The teachers and children
Gentleman's
who
time's
died
expired.
cannot change the law, but we can honor their memories by having the courage to act.
Gentleman, time's expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Failed tax and spending policies by Biden and liberal Democrats hurt families. Since Biden took office, the 10-year spending levels have increased by $10 trillion. Sadly, this includes the $2 trillion American Rescue Plan, which ignited the highest inflation in 40 years, destroying jobs. I was grateful to join House Republicans in passing the Limit, Save, and Grow Act, which will limit government spending, reduce the federal regulations, and promote pro-growth energy policies. House Republicans are the only ones who have passed legislation that responsibly addresses the debt ceiling by limiting irresponsible spending, saving taxpayers' dollars, and creating jobs. Democrats own this debt crisis, and they own default if they do not come to the table with a serious proposal. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. South Carolina appreciates Senator Tim Scott and Ambassador Nikki Haley. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to express my deep concern and outrage that extreme Republicans are moving to cut education through McCarthy's Default on America Act at the same time that extreme Republicans are banning books in our libraries and classrooms across our country. Sadly, last semester alone, there were 1,477 instances of book banning. Sadly, these efforts chill speech. They are part of a national education scare, a campaign to foment anxiety and anger with the goal of suppressing free expression and public education. America is not communist China or authoritarian Russia that bans books, or Nazi Germany that burns books. Indeed, Anne Frank's diary is now a banned book. Over 70% of Americans oppose book bans. Americans know education is about learning. It's not about censorship. A country that does not know its history is bound to repeat it. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to stress the importance of passing pragmatic legislation to address the debt ceiling. During this 1-minute speech, the national debt will increase by $1.5 million, or roughly $25,000 per second. Over the last 12 years, the U.S. government has more than doubled our national debt, reaching $31 trillion. It is clear to everyone that Washington has a spending problem, not a revenue problem. This is why we passed the Limit, Save, Grow Act. The legislation is a responsible approach which would raise the debt ceiling while saving taxpayers $4.8 trillion over 10 years. I am astounded that President Biden and the Senate Democrats are willing to hold our economy hostage. The facts don't lie. House Republicans have done our job, and Speaker McCarthy has negotiated in good faith. Meanwhile, for over 100 days, this administration and Senate Democrats have done nothing. Let me be clear. If we default, it is because of their inaction. It is past time for President Biden and Senator Schumer to do their jobs.
Time's expired.
Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Iam Tongi, a proud son of Kahuku, on winning American Idol's Season 21. A fellow child of the Windward Side, a keiki of Ko'olauloa, Iam is the first Hawaii-born and Pacific Islander contestant to ever win American Idol. Throughout his American Idol journey, Iam captured the hearts of viewers across the country with his incredible voice and soulful tributes to his late father, Rodney. While on the show, Iam not only showcased Hawaii's local music and sound, but also the challenges with getting priced out of paradise. Like many kama'aina, Iam and his family were forced to move to the mainland because of Hawaii's high cost of living. I have shared this with many of my colleagues here. Our children, like Iam, have become our greatest exports. That's not pono. That's not right. We must make Hawaii more affordable so that families like Iam's don't have to leave their home. Iam, your music, your story, and your spirit have inspired millions of Americans across this country. Hawaii is so proud of you, and wherever you go, please know Hawaii will always be your home, and we will always be
expired.
your ohana. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to take a minute today to wish one of the members of my team, Sam West, a very happy birthday, but also farewell. Now, Sam is originally from Indianapolis. He went to school at Indiana University and Purdue University, so he's both a Hoosier and a Boilermaker. He worked as an auto technician before coming to work here in Congress. Now, in healthcare, there's a million acronyms. I don't know of another place in the world, D.C., that uses more acronyms, and nobody seems to know what they stand for. But it's because of Sam's time working in automobiles that allowed us to see eye to eye on so many things. Though I've spent my entire career in the private sector as an auto dealer, and Sam has always been able to translate a lot of Pennsylvania's healthcare priorities into terms that I've been using my whole life, and it just clicked. We really worked well together. Now, he's moving over to the Senate to be a health policy advisor for Senator Bill Cassidy, and I know he's going to do a great job. Now, Sam, I tell people all the time, it's not so much the member that matters, it's the staff. Now, here's Sam with a couple of his cheerleader friends, Indianapolis Colt cheerleaders, but wherever he goes, he's always going to be a part of our team, and he's always going to have great fans. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to highlight a hero of Ohio's 7th District, Navy veteran Joe Burdick. Joe promotes patriotism by hand-carving wooden American flags. Like Americans themselves, each of Joe's flags is unique. They are imperfectly perfect, complete with knots, dings, and rings, yet each is beautiful in its own way. From the strength and sacrifice of Old Glory, red, to the pure innocence of the white, the flag represents sacrifice, independence, and hope. Joe captures these qualities in his art. The flag is an integral symbol of our nation, and Joe and I agree that desecrating the American flag is not a legitimate act of protest. Doing so tramples on the service and sacrifice of millions who have defended and still defend the values it stands for. I thank Joe for using his talent for patriotism. I urge all Americans to follow his example by always treating our flag with the solemn reverence it deserves. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 429 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 20, House Resolution 429. Resolved that at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 467, to amend the Controlled Substances Act with respect to the scheduling of fentanyl-related substances and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and amendments specified in this section and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Energy and Commerce, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 11, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to control of air pollution from our new motor vehicles, heavy-duty engine, and vehicle standards. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to commit. Section 3. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 45, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Education relating to waivers and modifications of federal student loans. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico. pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
During consideration of this resolution, all time is yielded for the purpose of debate only. Madam Speaker, I also ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, last night the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 429, providing for consideration of 3 measures, H.J. Res. 45, H.R. 467, and S.J. Res. 11. The rule provides for consideration of H.R. 467 under a structured rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Energy and Commerce Committee or their designees, and provides 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.J. Res. 45 and S.J. Res. 11 under closed rules with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee of Jurisdiction or to their designees. Finally, the rule provides 1 motion to recommit for S.J. Res. 11 and 1 motion to recommit for H.J. Res. 45. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of the rule and the underlying legislation. Included within the measure is H.R. 467, the HALT Fentanyl Act. It is important to say that the HALT Fentanyl Act makes great strides in addressing the growing fentanyl crisis in our country by making permanent the scheduling of fentanyl-related analogs in the Schedule I category, in addition to giving researchers the ability to conduct studies on these substances. We can begin to repair the damage that this drug has inflicted on our communities and our nation. I spent almost 3 decades practicing as a physician. I've witnessed and heard so many devastating stories of the consequences of this crisis which we now face. We face it in North Texas, and we face it across the country. Between September and March, nearly a dozen teens spread across 3 schools in Carrollton, Texas, were injured because of fentanyl poisoning. In fact, 3 of those poisonings were fatal. 1 death is too many, and we must equip our communities to address this issue from the source. The Committee on Energy and Commerce has a long history of producing bipartisan policies to actually address the opiate crisis in this country. The Support for Patients and Communities Act, known as the Support Act of 2018, was a product of our committee, and it made reforms to the way we administer programs to control and respond to and better treat individuals who have a problem with opiates. However, the landscape has drastically changed. It is now a different disease than what it was in 2018. So we've gone from diversion of prescription opiates to the manufacture and importation of illicit fentanyl products that are created in the People's Republic of China in their base form, exported to Mexico, imported by cartels, and poisoning our children. We need to better understand the effects of fentanyl and fentanyl-related substances to better treat patients suffering from exposure. The HALT Fentanyl Act will improve regulations to encourage research so we can better understand the impacts of fentanyl on human health. Our recent bipartisan mental health package passed in the Energy and Commerce Committee worked on several provisions that would relax regulations to expand access to evidence-based treatment programs and ease restrictions on treatment options for substance use care. Finally, the HALT Fentanyl Act will ensure that law enforcement officers have the tools to prosecute cases relating to fentanyl and fentanyl-related substances. Due to the crisis at our southern border, illicit fentanyl remains an imminent threat throughout the country. At a time when people are dying at alarming rates from fentanyl poisoning, this legislation is an absolute necessity to counteract this crisis and save our young American lives. Madam Speaker, also included in this package is a provision that would repeal a continuation of President Biden's war on affordable energy and consumer choice. S.J. Res 11 will be instrumental in protecting American families who would suffer from additional cost passed along to them and ensure that they, the American public, are able to select vehicles that best fit their needs rather than functionaries in the administration in a far-removed Washington, D.C. If not for our Republican majority, Madam Speaker, President Biden could continue to act unilaterally to enact his radical new Green New Deal agenda. Thankfully, the American public saw fit to entrust Republicans with the majority in the People's House to prevent President Biden and Democrats from acting upon their worst impulses. Once again, Democrats have seen fit to attack a vital component of our nation's economy. Why Democrats would want to make the lives of those who deliver our food and our goods to our grocery store and our homes, the fuel to our gas stations, I do not know. Madam Speaker, what I do know is that every American owes these hard-working men and women a tremendous debt of gratitude that we will not soon be able to repay. Madam Speaker, in 2021, trucks moved close to 11 billion tons of freight across America. That's over 70% of the cargo shipped in the continental United States. During the COVID-19 pandemic, while some were sitting in the comfort of their homes, while dozens of Amazon packages were dropped at their doorsteps, it was only because of these long-haul drivers who traverse our nation daily, ensuring our communities are supplied with goods that allow Americans to enjoy a high standard of living and literally prevent American families from starving during the pandemic. So it is bewildering, Madam Speaker, that Democrats have decided to reward the courage and the perseverance of long-haul truckers with onerous and expensive new regulations that will have a devastating effect upon their livelihoods. Madam Speaker, implementing these new regulations and standards will burden truck drivers with as much as $8,000 in new costs when it comes time to retire their current vehicles. $8,000 per driver when it's time to retire their current vehicle. Now, Democrats pride themselves on being advocates of the little guy and the downtrodden, but I would ask you, Madam Speaker, how is forcing Americans already suffering from the sky-high inflation brought to us by the Biden administration, saddling them with an additional $8,000 taken from them, $8,000 of their hard-earned dollars? How is it lightening their burden? Madam Speaker, simply, it does not. Once again, President Biden and members of the Democratic Party are so single-minded in their pursuit of this Green New Deal agenda that they are blind to the obvious collateral damage that their policies are inflicting. Thankfully, our Republican majority will be able to deliver tangible relief by repealing this counterproductive and misguided executive action. Madam Speaker, today we are also considering H.J. Res. 45 to formally disapprove of the authority the administration claims it has to unilaterally forgive student loans. In August of 2022, the Biden administration announced a plan to cancel student debt up to $20,000 for Pell Grant recipients and up to $10,000 for non-Pell Grant recipients for those making under $125,000 a year. Madam Speaker, on May 11th of 2023, 2 weeks ago, a glorious day, the public health emergency came to an end. Americans are back to work. They're back to school. They're returning to normal life. But the Biden administration is attempting to claim authority for this $315 billion student loan forgiveness through the COVID-19 national emergency status. It also claims under the Higher Education Relief Opportunities for Students, the so-called HEROES Act of 2003, and this 2003 law provided temporary relief to military members during their deployment following 9/11. This is a twisted interpretation of a bill that compensated our nation's servicemen and women for their heroic efforts after the nation was attacked on 9/11. The bottom line is this is quite likely unconstitutional. It's an overreach of executive authority and would not make student debt disappear. It would, however, unfairly shift the burden of student loans to the 87% of Americans who did not take out such loans. Madam Speaker, these are important. This is an important bill to consider these, important rule to consider these important bills. I will reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purposes the gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Burgos, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes. Madam Speaker, today, while we stand here debating this rule, the Republicans' Default on America plan is holding Americans hostage. Across my district and this country, Americans are wondering what will happen to their food security. How about their Medicaid? What about veterans' health care? Republicans are holding us hostage so they can protect the tax cuts that they gave to the wealthiest corporations and millionaires. We need to remember that that debt that we are looking at today was incurred by Republicans during the Trump administration, $7 trillion of that. And you know what? If they crash the economy, it's not the millionaires who would hurt, it's working families. The Republican default on America would impact the very bills we will be talking about today. It would cut funding to fight the fentanyl crisis, treat addiction, reduce pollution, and help Americans pay their bills when pandemic hits. The rules we are considering today will make in order 3 bills. The first is H.R. 467, the Halt Fentanyl Act. We all agree that there is a scourge of fentanyl in our communities, and we all agree it needs to be stopped. There is no district in our country, and no family, and no community that hasn't seen and experienced the horrors of fentanyl. The problem is that this bill isn't going to do what needs to be done to address the fentanyl crisis. To fight the fentanyl crisis, we need more law enforcement funding, and we need to treat addiction. Right now, as noted, fentanyl-related substances are listed on Schedule 1. That listing goes through the end of 2024. So the main thrust of this bill is to make that listing permanent. But our communities are pleading with us to do more than the status quo. For decades, we tried to incarcerate our way out of addiction. But addiction is a disease, not a crime. And I am speaking from the heart. I know most of my colleagues on this floor have heard that I lost 2 brothers to addiction, 2 beautiful souls that were taken from this world far too soon. And it was partially because there was no treatment available. This country has failed to treat addiction as a health crisis that it is. So I know personally the pain that fentanyl brings to our families and our communities because I felt that pain when my brothers passed away. And treatment for addiction can save precious lives, but we lack the capacity to provide those services. Instead, the Default in America plan that their crisis is creating would cut funding for mental health and addiction treatment services. H.R. 467 would also expand mandatory minimums, which takes away discretion from judges to look at each case on its own. This disproportionately harms Black and brown communities more than others. Last night in rules, Republicans rejected 37 Democratic amendments that would have added more law enforcement funding to interdict fentanyl at border crossings. It would have provided more evidence-based approaches to fentanyl use, and it would have made sure that we have the tools we need to treat addiction. Instead of finding solutions, Republicans are creating more problems. The Republicans' Default on America Act will cut funding for customs and border protection, potentially leading to an increase in the amount of fentanyl hitting our streets. Is this their way of addressing the fentanyl crisis? We need to do better. We need to make sure we give real solutions to these very serious problems. And I am tired about hearing that Democrats are to blame for the fentanyl crisis. We all recognize the need to do more. But let me remind us that in the last 2 years, the Biden administration has seized record amounts of illicit fentanyl at the border. DHS has seized more than 35,000 pounds of fentanyl in fiscal year 2022. The Department of Justice disrupted or dismantled 130 fentanyl networks. The administration is expanding access to treatments for those suffering from addiction. Democrats in Congress passed a funding bill last year that beefed up resources for the High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Areas Program, the National Guard Counter-Drug Program, and the Drug Communities Program. Contrast that with the Trump administration. A GAO report blasted the previous administration for failing to come up with a coherent national opioid strategy, and the crisis spiked. In the first 2 years of the Trump administration, we saw significant spikes in the fentanyl crisis and more people died. According to the CDC, the annual number of overdose deaths from synthetic opioids increased by 192% between 2016 and 2020. In contrast, since day one of this administration, President Biden has provided solutions to address the overdose crisis. Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the December 2019 GAO report. The Office of National Drug Control Policy should develop key planning elements to meet statutory requirements.
Without objection.
And this report highlights the GAO of the failures of the last administration in addressing this crisis we are talking about today. The rule also makes in order 2 Congressional Review Act disapproval resolutions. HJ Resolution 45 would roll back the student loan payment pause to last October. It would create chaos and instability for millions who are living check to check. Let's remember why student loans were paused in the first place. Let's remember how dark and horrible it was when the pandemic first hit. Remember how scary it was when COVID-19 started and the economy was in a free fall? People lost their jobs. They were struggling to pay rent, and we didn't know what the future held. A pause to student loan payments was the right response to a public health emergency that was also a financial emergency. The payment pause was a lifeline for 37 million borrowers and their families, giving them much-needed breathing room to pay their bills, to pay their rent without worrying about sabotaging their credit. HJ Resolution 45 could send surprise bills for interest to tens of millions of Americans. This could lead to unprecedented delinquencies and defaults for most of these vulnerable borrowers. The third bill, SJ Resolution 11, would reverse an EPA rule that reduces air pollution from the trucking industry. Many parts of America were once cloaked in air pollution that would sit at street level, sting your eyes, fill your lungs, choking air, they called it. So in response, we enacted the Clean Air Act and tasked the EPA with cleaning up our air. But still, 1 in 3 Americans live in counties with unhealthy air pollution. Heavy-duty vehicles make up about 6% of vehicles on the road, but generate 59% of the dangerous pollutions that we're talking about. This contributes to respiratory illness, cardiovascular problems, and even death. The Clean Air Act gives the EPA both the authority and obligation to protect Americans from air pollution that could endanger public health or welfare. And that's exactly what EPA's heavy-duty engine and vehicle rule would do. Republicans want to block the EPA rule from going into effect. And even worse, if this passes, Republicans would block EPA from regulating this pollution in the future. Why would we want to keep this agency from doing its job, from keeping us healthy? So instead of putting polluters first, Republicans should be spending this week paying America's bills. It's the patriotic thing to do, but clearly that's not their priority. Remember, a default hurts working-class Americans. It hurts seniors on Medicare, food assistance recipients, teachers and students, access to care, And if you are still waiting for your tax refund, it might not come. Democrats have signed a petition to bring to the floor for a vote a bill that would raise the debt ceiling without any harmful cuts to the programs Americans rely on. All we need is 5 moderate Republicans to join the petition, and the default crisis would be over. I reserve.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm now pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, a valuable member of the Rules Committee.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman from Texas that I'm proud to serve with on the House Committee on Rules. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the rule which provides for consideration of the HALT Fentanyl Act, an important first step in fighting back against a drug that is killing thousands of Americans. The HALT Fentanyl Act is an extension of the work that this majority is doing to support our law enforcement officers and first responders. These men and women in blue who are maligned, villainized, and defunded in cities and states across the country need our support today to continue to fight back against the trafficking of these lethal drugs. Federal, state, and local law enforcement officers, they all agree that without this important scheduling in place, the surge of fentanyl into this country will break new records, and more lives in communities will be ruined in the wake. In just a 10-day span earlier this year, state troopers in my district reported over 20 deaths from fentanyl overdoses. In just a 10-day span, 20 victims of the flood of this deadly substance into our country were killed, their families and their communities torn apart in the process. In recent years, the drug-related death rate in Erie County in western New York has risen by 256%. As is the case in so many communities, fentanyl and fentanyl-related substances are responsible for more and more of these deaths. It's hard to believe it can get any worse, but sadly, it could. If we allow the scheduling of fentanyl-related substances to expire, we will strip law enforcement of the authority that they need to seize these extremely lethal drugs. They are the ones who are pursuing the traffickers and getting them off the streets. They are also the ones who too often arrive on the scene to try to save a life of someone who has tragically succumbed to an overdose. I'm proud to support this legislation that will help ensure law enforcement has the tools that they need to protect our communities and save lives. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves, and the gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
So I agree that we need to address the fentanyl crisis. What we are saying is we need to do more, because the bill we are looking at today does not increase any funding for law enforcement. It does not address the needs that we have to increase our funding to assist law enforcement in interdicting this horrible drug. And with that, I would yield 3 minutes to the distinguished colleague from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Well, thank you so much. It reminds me of Texas. In fact, it reminds me of someone with whom I served in the Texas legislature. He was asked what he did there, and he said, "Oh, I'm not here to do anything. I'm just here in case somebody else decides to do something." Well, that's the approach of these extreme House Republicans. They have no plan to protect our families from pollution, to protect our planet from the climate crisis. Following their seditious leader, Donald Trump, they're just here to say no. For some reason, anytime we have a success that is green, it just makes them see red. Democrats are choosing to stand with families that are concerned about real health problems like bronchitis and childhood asthma and cardiovascular disease that is caused and extenuated by pollution. We need some heavy-duty action here today to protect our lungs and the lungs of our planet. Yet they object to even this modest heavy-duty truck rule, the first updating of this pollution standard in 20 years. With their fossilized thinking and their smoggy judgment, Republicans are permitting our planet to overheat, and with this rule rollback, they would ensure that we keep choking during the overheating. As health-harming pollutants enter our air and bake, smog pollutes our cities and endangers the most vulnerable. To prevent announcements of yet another Ozone Action Day, what we need is a little ozone action right here in the Capitol. When this truck rule takes effect, each year we will see tens of thousands fewer cases of childhood asthma, fewer premature deaths. Yet MAGA extremists are not content with merely polluting our minds as they do across this country. They refuse to prevent smog and soot from polluting our lungs. Yes, life is a highway, but it need not be overwhelmed with health-harming pollution. Adopting a cleaner standard for trucks protects all of us, but especially the most vulnerable, the young, the elderly, those with respiratory ailments. You may remember a great musical that proclaimed, "On a clear day, you can see forever." But not so much now. Not so much or so often in much of America, even in our smoggy national parks. Democrats and Republicans may not see eye to eye on much, but we should be able to be clear on smog. It shouldn't be a partisan issue. Once upon a time, long, long ago, conservation was a conservative value. A no vote is a breath of fresh air, a vote to keep soot out of our lungs. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady from New Mexico reserves. And the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to recognize another member of the Rules Committee, the gentleman from Texas, for 3 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank the Speaker. Thank my friend from Texas. A lot of conservatives believe in conservation. For example, the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, who's expanded the Everglades more than any governor in the history of the state, because that's actual conservation, instead of the nonsense being spewed by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And when they say, oh, we do something, let's just be clear to the American people what doing something actually is. It's giving billions of dollars of subsidies to your fat cat corporate cronies, enriching them at the expense of hardworking American families. That's the truth. 90% of subsidies going to billion-dollar corporations. 80% of electronic vehicle subsidies going to people making well over $100,000. That's the actual truth of what's going on. Here today, we're talking about two bills to deal with, or several bills, but we're dealing with the fentanyl crisis, which my colleagues on the other side of the aisle refuse to address by allowing our border to be wide open, exploited by cartels, driving fentanyl into our communities on the back of the Chinese making money doing so, killing 72,000 Americans last year alone, including 5 children in Hays County, where I live, south of Austin. It's happening every single day. But my colleagues don't care about securing the border. They want to hide behind the fact that they say that fentanyl comes through ports of entry. But what they don't acknowledge is that there is no patrolling of the border by Border Patrol, because they're all processing human beings being smuggled here for profit by dangerous cartels. This bill is designed to take a step forward, and it takes an important step forward of ensuring that we're dealing with the fentanyl precursors and that we're doing what we need to do to recognize how deadly it is. But the fact is, our colleagues don't want to actually secure the border, which is where fentanyl pours across every single day. And on student loans, need we go any further than looking at the quotes from Speaker Pelosi when she said, people think the President of the United States has the power for debt forgiveness. He does not. He can postpone, he can delay, but he does not have that power. That has to be an act of Congress. That was that grand MAGA extremist, Nancy Pelosi. She also added, suppose your child just decided they at this time do not want to go to college, but you're paying taxes to forgive somebody else's obligations, she continued. You may not be happy about that. Are American families supposed to be happy that they now must cover the cost of someone else's education? Again, that great MAGA extremist, Nancy Pelosi. The fact is, the American people understand that making the other Americans, plumbers, people who paid off their loans, pay off other people's student loans is inherently un-American and inherently unfair. And one last message to my Republican colleagues. Passing a CRA to die in the Senate and die at the president's desk is not enough. We should defund the student loan fiasco in the debt ceiling bill. Don't blink. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Texas reserves. And the gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, while my colleague speaks loudly about stopping fentanyl at the border, I will remind him that this bill doesn't do anything about fentanyl at the border. And indeed, the Republicans in Rules last night rejected amendments which would have placed more money on law enforcement and on the ability to stop fentanyl at the border. I'd also like to remind them that the Cato report points out that fentanyl is brought in at our ports of entry more than 90%. At this time, I would like to point out, Madam Speaker, that if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to provide for consideration of a resolution which states that it is the House's responsibility to protect and preserve Social Security and Medicare for our future generations and reject any cuts to these essential programs. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
To discuss the need to reassure the American people, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Faust.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. Madam Speakers, seniors in America deserve to retire with dignity. They have earned Social Security and Medicaid benefits through a lifetime of work, and the seniors of today without pensions or generational wealth depend upon their benefits. Yet they're living in fear that Republicans in this body will take away their health care and their means to pay for housing or food. The bills we're considering this week have nothing to do with combating those fears. And what they actually do is harm the health and financial stability of Americans. They dirty our air. They worsen student debt. They increase the prison population. And my Republican colleagues cannot be serious. These priorities and bad policies do nothing to meet the moment. I urge my Republican colleagues to come to their senses, and I urge them to stop playing games with our economy and instead give them some certainty. Give our seniors some certainty. Assure our seniors that you will not cut Social Security and Medicaid, because it's one thing to say it on the news, and it's the other thing to do it in this chamber. Before Medicare, nearly half of older Americans had no health insurance. Today, Medicare is often the only source of health care for nearly all seniors. More than 66 million people rely on Social Security to meet their basic needs in a country where most Americans, over 60%, can't afford an unexpected $400 bill tomorrow. That's seniors, people with disabilities, children, and more than 8 million veterans. Republican proposals to sunset Social Security and Medicaid would cause panic and disruption for our seniors at a time when peace and security are crucial and well-deserved. So let's spend our time this week finally considering Democrats' legislation that guarantees seniors the retirement that they were promised and that strengthens our health care. Our elders give us so much: culture, wisdom, and tradition. And I urge my Republican colleagues in this body to give back to them and guarantee what they have earned. Then let's do even more. Let's expand Medicare to cover dental, vision, and hearing. Let's work together.
I yield an additional minute.
Gentleman's recognized for an additional minute.
Let's do even more. Let's expand Medicare to cover dental, vision, and hearing benefits. Let's work together to get rid of surprise bills, and let's end unaffordable prescription drug prices. Madam Speaker, I urge Republicans in this chamber to abandon the bad bills that they're bringing to the floor and refocus on real solutions that working families and our seniors deserve. I urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question, and I yield back the balance of my time to the ranking member.
Gentleman yields back, and the gentlelady from New Mexico reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'm pleased to recognize another member of the Rules Committee, the gentleman, Mr. Norman from South Carolina, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I sit here and listen, I'm on Rules Committee, and I hope all those listening in a balcony, what my Democrat friends are saying are just words. And my strong belief that this fentanyl bill, H.R. 467, is a step in the right direction. Now, the issue that is plaguing this country is the invasion of the border. Where have we heard one word from my Democrat colleagues about stopping the invasion? We're a nation of borders. Every nation is sovereign, or you cease to be a nation. That's where our fentanyl is coming in, and it shocks me to keep hearing you say it's coming in designated points of entry. There are no designated points of entry. The whole border is open. And why the lives that are lost through the drug overdoses that killed 100,000 of our young people last year, why does that not resonate? I have no earthly idea why this administration is intent on keeping our borders open, and they know it. And you got a vice president who's laughing at it. You got a president who hasn't even been there to go other than to go on one visit of a regulated visit to the border. It's insane. And the American people are tired of it. In South Carolina, I went to a news conference with police officers. They seized enough fentanyl to wipe out the whole state of South Carolina. What do we hear from the other side? Crickets. We hear nothing. And it's a crying shame of what happens. And I will end with this. A DEA agent who said he was talking about this problem, he had picture after picture of our young people. He said, you know, in the morgue, there are no drug treatment centers. In the morgue, there are no education systems. In the morgue, there are no things to coach people who are in a casket. It's a sad day for America, and hopefully this insanity will end at some point in time when a new administration takes over. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Reserve. New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record the October 2020 NPR article, Opioid Crisis, Critics Say Trump Fumbled Response to Another Deadly Pandemic.
Without objection.
I also seek unanimous consent to enter into the record fentanyl surge started and peaked under Trump despite GOP blaming Biden.
Without objection.
I think that we need to bring back to focus what we are doing here. This bill does something that we have no objection to, which is the main point, which is to permanently classify fentanyl as Class 1. What we keep hearing on the other side, though, is about what more needs to be done, but their bill doesn't do it. Democrats have bills that would indeed increase law enforcement, that would indeed increase treatment for addiction, that would indeed increase the ability for us to research into these drugs and determine, are there possibilities in this realm where we could actually find antagonistic drugs that would help counter the overdose that happens from them. But this bill doesn't do that. And so when they get up there and they start talking about the border and the open border, this is not what this bill is. This is not what this bill is. This bill simply, as was pointed out last night, sort of codifies the status quo. Our communities want more. We, Democrats, were willing to provide more. We have introduced bills that do more, but they were rejected by the Republicans. And with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from New York. Yield to him 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman for yielding. Should we do more? Of course, we should do more. But fentanyl is pouring into our country, not only at our ports of entry, but across our borders. We could have and did do more a week ago. Bolstering border security. Fentanyl is taking too many American lives, and I rise today in support of the Halt Fentanyl Act. This bill will help to combat the spread of fentanyl-related substances by permanently listing it as a Schedule I drug, recognizing its deadly effects, giving our communities yet one more tool in a growing and necessary toolbox. The smallest amounts of these drugs can kill even just one life, and laced with other substances they're taking, countless lives. Access and lethality of these drugs have fueled countless fatalities. Fentanyl poisoning is the #1 cause of death among adults 18 to 49 years of age, more than cancer, more than heart disease, and more than car accidents. In my own state, in upstate New York, the opioid crisis is devastating our communities, and it's being fueled by fentanyl. This is the public health crisis of our lifetime. In my home state, in my district, in Sullivan County, New York, This is the highest opioid death rate county in the entire state. That's why we're also pushing for Sullivan County to be designated a federal high-intensity drug trafficking area. The truth is, every community in America is a victim to the fentanyl crisis. Every family is on the front line of this opioid crisis, and we must give law enforcement and communities every tool necessary. I'm proud to support this bill, and I'm proud to support law enforcement in their efforts to intercede and give them the tools to keep fentanyl out of our communities and off our streets. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Yes, indeed. I agree that we need to make sure that we address fentanyl for every community, whether it be New York or New Mexico, because the fentanyl crisis is a public health crisis, and families are losing loved ones every day. Indeed, in New Mexico in 2020, the New Mexico Department of Health found that 65% of people with substance use disorders were not getting the treatment they needed. The same problem we find nationwide. Over 86% of people suffering from opioid abuse were not getting the treatment they needed in 2020. And even once treatment begins, people are at their most vulnerable when they suffer from relapse. Their bodies cannot handle the sudden return of high levels of opioids, and the result is often fatal. So I do hope that we can continue to agree that we must address this and that we must provide, in addition to this bill, the kind of funding that is needed and that is urgent to treat addiction. Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 3 minutes to my distinguished colleague from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I give the compliment back to the distinguished gentlelady from New Mexico. We are alums, and we'll leave that for all to find out from where, but I am very proud to stand with her and really to stand with all of those who believe that the scourge of fentanyl must end now. Mr. Speaker, not one more death. Not one more death. I don't think there's any disagreement on this floor, not one more death. And I also believe that it is important to recognize that there are some things that we come together on. I've never heard a Democrat be against border security. I've never heard a Democrat be against fighting the scourge of fentanyl, taking our children. But I think, as I have said over and over again, as a senior member on Homeland Security and Judiciary who has written comprehensive immigration bills to protect Americans and to secure our borders, at the same time, as a ranking member and former chair of the crime subcommittee, I know what to do with fentanyl. And so I've introduced H.R. 3570, Stop Fentanyl Now, to be able to get at the core of our problem. There is no doubt fentanyl comes in mostly from legal points of entry by United States citizens and others. It does have other entry points, but the core is to protect the lives of our children. Why couldn't we do our work where we're doing one bill and another bill? The 3570 deals with synthetics. It deals with education, outreach. Just last night, I was speaking to a young person who said, can you get Noxaline to be, if you will, in non-traditional places, clubs? Certainly it should be in schools. Might even need to be in places of civic mindedness, because it's where young people go to save their lives. And then synthetics, fentanyl that is used medically, are being sold online in pills that are misrepresented to our young people, and they lose their life. H.R. 3570 takes care of that, fights the scourge of online sales and fentanyl trafficking. And so there is a pathway of getting to where we want to be. But a Schedule I, where you are, in essence, doing mandatory minimums that are not stopping, if you will, this horrible traffic, we're indicating we can get to this with enhanced penalties for the actions of the perpetrator, so that you don't, by mistake, get someone innocently doing research or otherwise dealing with this particular item that we're talking about that can be deadly. We are scientists, We are responsible medical professionals, and then there are the devastatingly drastic, evil people who try to use this to kill our children. We cannot adhere to that. But H.R. 3570 looks at it comprehensively, working with the Judiciary Committee, working with Energy and Commerce, and all our members. It is important to put forward legislation that can embrace us all. And I believe that we have the responsibility to do the right thing.
Time has expired.
The underlying bill could stand work for all of us, and I ask us to save our children. Let's save our children and stop this deadly drug from coming into the United States, and let's find a way to reach our children.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to the time remaining?
The gentleman from Texas has 10.5 minutes. The gentlewoman from New Mexico has 8 minutes.
And may I inquire if the gentlelady from New Mexico has any additional speakers?
Speakers.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm now pleased to recognize a fellow member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Johnson, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak in strong support of H.R. 467 to make class-wide scheduling of fentanyl-related substances permanent. This hits close to home for me. I represent the men and women of Eastern Ohio, a region of the country that's been hit particularly hard by this deadly drug. If the current order is allowed to expire, law enforcement will lose their ability to seize some of these fentanyl-related drugs. They will effectively be street legal. Here are two staggering truths. Fentanyl poisonings are now the #1 cause of death in the country of adults between 18 and 49. Over 3/4 of teens' overdose deaths in 2021 were caused by fentanyl. That's 75%. In many of these instances, those taking the fentanyl had no idea they were doing so. That's what makes this lethal and heavily addictive drug so dangerous. Sadly, it's very clear that the Biden administration is not serious about solving this epidemic. If they were, they wouldn't be allowing our southern border to be overrun by the cartels and their drug mules. And who's paying the price for these policies and lack of border enforcement? It's the families of those that have become addicted, those that have overdosed and died from fentanyl. We've even had law enforcement officials in Eastern Ohio that have been exposed to fentanyl and almost died during the conduct of their work busting up drug rings. We should not be relaxing the penalties for that. We should be stiffening the penalties for fentanyl. Just 19 grams of fentanyl, what would fill a salt shaker in a restaurant, could kill 10,000 people. Here's the bottom line. This legislation is necessary to make the temporary class-wide scheduling order for fentanyl-related substances permanent, and if this body doesn't act, we should all be ashamed. I thank my colleagues, Mr. Latta and Mr. Griffith, for their leadership here, and I urge quick and overwhelming passage of this life-saving bill. I yield back. Murph.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Is my colleague prepared to close?
Yes, I am.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I think what we heard on the House today was agreement on the need to address the scourge of fentanyl and what it is doing to our communities. I think we heard individuals talk about the individual pain they feel, whether it be in Texas, in New York, in New Mexico. And I think we want to hold that sense of agreement on this topic together, because we don't always agree on things. But I think in this instance, we agree that we need to put our families first. We need to put the people who unwittingly end up dying from fentanyl with no idea that they were even taking that drug. And we need to remember that pain and that fear that those families must have. But as we talk about this issue, we must also remember that we have to do more. making sure that fentanyl is classified and is not available with the fentanyl substances is important, and we don't disagree on that. The issue that we are raising is the need to do more, and especially given the moment we are living in today. This week, we are days away from a potential default because Republicans have refused to raise the debt limit. So we are in a crisis, and it is a crisis that the Republicans have manufactured. And we need to remember what that crisis does. That crisis actually hinders our ability to do the work that is so urgent to combat fentanyl. Fentanyl comes in through our ports of entry. The Cato Institute, which is not a liberal or progressive institute, itself notes that 90% of fentanyl enters into the country through our ports of entry, smuggled in by what I would call despicable Americans who profit off of addiction and death. But let's get back and say, what would happen if their default that they have engineered would actually come to be? The Department of Homeland Security has said that if the Default in America's Act goes into effect, it would lead to 2,400 fewer frontline CBP law enforcement officers. That's 2,400 fewer Border Patrol officers. That means that there are going to be fewer officers to help prevent illegal drugs from entering into our country. That would lead to over 150,000 pounds of cocaine and over 350,000 grams of fentanyl avoiding seizure. The cuts that they have proposed would lead to more fentanyl coming in because there would be fewer officers on the ground to combat it. That is shameful, that they would raise and talk about this bill in the angry and loud ways that they have done without acknowledging that the work that they did several weeks ago would actually make this crisis worse. And in New Mexico, as I noted, we know the pain of addiction and overdose all too well. We have lost too many beautiful lives to addiction and fentanyl. But we need to think about what are those solutions that we would want to do. We would want to increase the funding for substance abuse prevention and treatment block grants. That was one of the amendments that was suggested to this rule by Representative Ballant. We would want to use Representative Blunt-Rochester's amendment, which would have increased education so that stakeholders would know about research and treatment, and how do we make sure that we make the public aware of these issues. But these are things that Republicans have rejected to address in the bills we are looking at today. So I would urge my colleagues, I would urge those on the other side of the aisle to really look at what we are doing today. That we are doing something that we all agree on, which is addressing a teeny tiny piece of the fentanyl problem. But we aren't doing what needs to be done in terms of increasing law enforcement, in terms of increasing funding at our borders and to those who are actually doing the work of seizing fentanyl as it comes in, of the law enforcement that must be done. We need to increase that funding, not cut it. Also, with regards to the truck emissions, we cannot tie the EPA's hands. We must keep our air clean. The number of deaths and asthma and children that would survive and not be hurt if this rule goes into effect would be horrible. And I need to tell you that each child who would not be able to breathe because of the air polluted is the child that I think about when I will vote on this bill later today. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'll yield myself the balance of our time.
Without objection.
So, Mr. Speaker, it is important to point out, first off, that the Republican House has voted on and passed an increase to the nation's debt limit. This happened 2 weeks ago. Further action is awaited in the Senate. Further action is awaited down at the White House. But this House, under the leadership of Speaker McCarthy, has acted and acted appropriately. And furthermore, I'd like to point out, in October of 2018, President Trump signed the SUPPORT Act. The SUPPORT Act was the first meaningful step toward countering what was at the time a crisis in this country because of diversion of prescription drugs, the so-called opiate crisis. But Mr. Speaker, it has changed since then. Since 2018, we are now faced with a different disease in fentanyl poisoning brought to us because of an open southern border, because the president has refused to secure the southern border, because the border czar has refused to secure the southern border, and as a consequence, we have an unprecedented amount of fentanyl flowing into our country. And yes, it's quite right. Social media, apps on social media have made it easier for kids to get access to this than ever before. Some good news, the Food and Drug Administration has allowed for the over-the-counter sale of Narcan that's to begin this summer. That's a good thing, but in no way counteracts the increase in illicit fentanyl that is coming across the southern border because of the refusal of this administration to secure our sovereign border. Back in 2018, when the SUPPORT Act passed, it was largely bipartisan efforts on the Energy and Commerce Committee that brought that bill to its signing. So once again, I want to thank members of the Energy and Commerce Committee, members of the Senate for bringing before us these important pieces of legislation to roll back the damage that President Biden has done in the fentanyl crisis. Republicans remain united in pursuing a legislative agenda that puts the welfare of Americans above the special interests of a few. I urge fellow members to support the rule, support the underlying legislation. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
Thank you. The gentleman from Texas yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say yea. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the yeas have it.
Ask for yeas
For what
and nays.
purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico rise?
To request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and the nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A significant number has risen. The yeas and nays are so ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings of this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A and Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess for a period of less than 15 minutes. The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: ordering the previous question on House Resolution 429 and adoption of House Resolution 429 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business of the vote of ordering the previous question on House Resolution 429, of which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 20, House Resolution 429, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 467 to amend the Controlled Substances Act with respect to scheduling of fentanyl-related substances and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 11, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to control of air pollution from new motor vehicles, heavy-duty engine and vehicle standards, and providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 45, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Education relating to waivers and modifications of federal student loans.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the motion. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 217.
Mr. Carter of Georgia. Votes aye. Mr. LaHood. Votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 208. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say yea. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the yeas have it. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 204. Without objection, is adopted. Without objection, the motion is reconsidered and is laid on the table. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Johnson, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 429, I call up the resolution S.J. Res. 11 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 11, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to control of air pollution from new motor vehicles, heavy-duty engine and vehicle standards.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 429, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Johnson, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, and the House will come to order.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous material on S.J. Res. 11.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized. The House will come to order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The House will come to order. Members, please take your conversations off the floor. The House will come to order. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S.J. Res. 11, which rescinds EPA's rule requiring impractical emission standards for heavy-duty trucks with huge new restrictions on F-250s semi-trucks, and everything in between. Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The gentleman is correct. The House will come to order. The House will come to order. Please take your conversations off the floor. The House will come to order. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Trucks that not only deliver all the goods we rely on, but also trucks for our farmers and ranchers, building contractors and landscapers, and countless other workers in small businesses that quite literally keep our country running. The EPA even acknowledges that the new standards are 80% more stringent than existing emission standards. But the agency ignores the fact that new trucks already have 98% fewer nitrogen oxide emissions than trucks manufactured 35 years ago. At a certain point, you start to see diminishing returns. EPA's regulatory efforts are just the latest step by the Biden administration to electrify the transportation sector and burden American families in the process. The agency itself emphasizes that the rule will cost the truckers between $39 and $55 billion. In fact, the rule is expected to increase the cost of a semi-truck anywhere from $8,000 to $42,000 per truck. And as we all know, the cost of these senseless regulations would inevitably be passed on to the American consumer through higher retail prices and increased inflation. Ohio sits at the crossroads of America, and thousands of trucks travel across my state to transport goods to my constituents and businesses throughout the nation. An unworkable rule like this one will stop some of these deliveries, cause delays for many others, and lead to shortages for some of our most basic staples. We should ensure the delivery of essential goods and protect the quality of life for all Americans by passing the resolution before us today. I urge my colleagues to support SJ Res 11, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this Republican joint resolution of disapproval to repeal the Environmental Protection Agency's heavy-duty vehicle nitrogen oxide rule. This resolution is yet another extremist Republican attack on common sense steps EPA is taking to protect Americans' health and the environment. Last December, EPA finalized a rule that sets new standards for heavy-duty engines and vehicles to reduce dangerous nitrogen oxide emissions, also known as NOx. Before the EPA action, it had been more than 20 years since the agency had last updated heavy-duty emission standards for NOx pollution. These new standards are needed now because the science is clear. This pollution poses serious threats to public health. The tragic outcomes include premature death, respiratory illnesses like childhood asthma, cardiovascular problems, and other detrimental health impacts. The trucking industry is a leading source of this dangerous air pollution and is especially dangerous for the 72 million Americans who live near truck freight routes across the United States. The EPA rule will cut NOx pollution from these vehicles by nearly half by 2045. And that is going to make a huge difference because 1 in 3 American lives in counties with unhealthy air and 100,000 Americans die every year from premature deaths associated with air pollution. This harmful air pollution has negative repercussions for all Americans, but it's especially dangerous for our most vulnerable communities, children, the elderly, low-income communities, and communities of color. Now, the EPA rule is a critical tool to protect these Americans, improve public health outcomes, and secure the right to clean air for everyone. This rule is expected to prevent up to 2,900 premature deaths, 6,700 hospital admissions and ER visits, 18,000 cases of childhood asthma, and 1.1 million lost school days for children. EPA estimates that it will result in $200 billion in health-related benefits. Now, what I mean by that is that because you're going to prevent all these sicknesses and loss of school days and hours, that actually saves $200 billion. The Republican CRA that's before us that we're debating would abandon all of the public health, economic, and environmental justice benefits that come with the EPA rule. And it's also worth noting, Mr. Speaker, that during the rulemaking process, EPA engaged extensively with communities and tribal, state, and local governments. It also engaged with industry, environmental organizations, and labor groups to promulgate a final rule that is technologically feasible and realistically achievable. So let me just say again, this rule is completely achievable. That's why industry is generally supportive. I know my colleague on the other side is going to mention different groups, trucking groups that are not, but generally they were supportive. In fact, the period for judicial review closed in March, and there were no lawsuits filed against it. Now, some people say, why does that matter? Well, for the most part, there's always some group that challenges any kind of rule that EPA puts forward. But now Republicans are moving ahead with this last-ditch attempt to prevent the EPA from protecting Americans' health. They've been putting polluters over people since the beginning of this Congress, and this is just another unfortunate example. This Republican bill would have dire consequences for EPA's ability to fulfill its mission to protect public health and welfare from dangerous pollution. If enacted, this resolution would repeal the rule and prevent any substantially similar future action by EPA. And that outcome is simply not acceptable. Thankfully, President Biden has already vowed to veto this resolution. So, Mr. Speaker, EPA's rule is common sense, achievable, long overdue. SJ Res 11 is a baseless attack on EPA's Clean Air Act authority, an obligation to protect Americans and the environment from dangerous air pollution. This Republican bill would set us back years on addressing dangerous air pollution, protecting communities, and modernizing our heavy-duty transportation sector. So I strongly urge all of my colleagues to join me in opposing this joint resolution, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I once again have to point out, we're not only fighting for the right kinds of policies, but we have to fight against outrageous claims that are simply patently false. That comment by my colleague that 100,000 people per year die from air pollution, that was a figure from 1990. By 2019, that figure had dropped to 60,000 people. Now, that's not acceptable either. And I think one of the reasons that it dropped so far was because NOx emissions from truckers had dropped some 98% since the late 80s. So we're already making great progress with this. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, the sponsor of the House companion bill, Mr. Nels.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of Senate Joint Resolution 11, which nullifies the Biden administration's heavy-duty vehicle emissions rule. And I am proud to have led this effort in the House, and I commend my colleagues in the Senate for swiftly passing this important legislation. The joint resolution before us today would overturn the EPA's aggressive heavy-duty vehicle emissions final rule, which provides 80% more stringent regulations than current standards and unfairly targets our trucking industry. And by imposing these new emissions reduction requirements for vehicle models that are made in 2027 and beyond, it will significantly increase the costs of heavy-duty vehicles. And that's whether you own an F-250 or a semi-truck. This new regulation will directly affect you. According to the EPA, it is projected the cost between $2,500 and $8,300 per vehicle to adhere to this new final rule. Other estimates, such as the one from the American Truck Dealers Association, stated it is closer to $42,000 per truck. And folks, I want to be crystal clear today. Woke bureaucrats in Washington are on a climate justice crusade, using the heavy hand of government to go after the trucking industry that keeps America moving. And in the last 3 decades, we've made significant strides in the right direction to decrease emissions and increase efficiency. Today's new trucks have reduced nitrogen oxide emissions by more than 98% since the 1990s. The EPA's final rule is also ineffective, given that it incentivizes older and higher emitting trucks to operate longer due to the expensive technology required for compliant vehicles. This is unacceptable and yet another blatant example of burdensome government regulation. Simply put, the EPA has failed to address legitimate concerns for the trucking industry. However, the EPA unilaterally imposed this detrimental rule, which could lead to a litany of further supply chain disruptions across the country, hit the smaller mom-and-pop trucking companies the hardest, and pass along increased costs to the American consumer. Amidst record-high inflation and supply chain challenges, more expensive freight costs and fewer trucks on the road will only further perpetuate this problem. This is exactly why it is imperative that the House passes this joint resolution to nullify this burdensome regulation. And I want to thank OOIDA, Senator Fisher, and the trucking industry for being front and center on this issue. I proudly support our truckers, our small businesses, and pro-growth policies to keep our economy strong. And I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on this joint resolution. And with that, sir, I yield back the balance of my time.
I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield 4 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor, who is chair of our Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the ranking member for yielding the time and for his steadfastness in standing up for the public health of all Americans. I rise in opposition to the Republican Joint Resolution 11. What my Republican colleagues are trying to do here is roll back a very important Environmental Protection Act rule that was developed to tackle air pollution across America under the Clean Air Act. Air pollution specifically that comes from heavy-duty trucks and buses. For over 50 years, the Clean Air Act has served us well. It's one of our bedrock environmental laws that improves the air that we breathe. It tackles polluting plants and vehicles through using the latest science and technology to constantly evolve and improve. Oftentimes, the EPA works with industry, as they did here in the trucking industry, to ensure that there is a balance, that we are improving the air we breathe and still maintaining jobs and economic growth over time. But what the Clean Air Act has brought us over the past 50 years has been consistent improvement in the air that we breathe. In fact, dramatic improvements. And when we're talking about cleaner air, we're talking about healthier communities, healthier families. Think about your friends and family members with asthma or heart disease or some kind of lung infection. That's why it's so important to make sure that EPA constantly is evolving in the science and technology, and we're cleaning up our air. And it's important to tackle the problem of heavy-duty trucks and buses. Why? Because 6% of the vehicle, they constitute about 6% of the vehicles on the road, but 59% of smog-producing elements. That means nitrogen dioxide, ozone, and particulate matter. And the last time that EPA updated their rule relating to heavy-duty trucks and buses was 20 years ago. So science and technology have evolved, the trucking industry has evolved, and we can continue to make progress for American families. Even with the progress that we've made, 1 in 3 Americans live in counties with unhealthy air pollution. And back home in the Tampa Bay area, I can think of many communities along the interstate highways, along our industrial centers. A lot of traffic, especially from heavy-duty trucks and buses, are really weighing on the air quality in those neighborhoods. So this is a way, thankfully, for EPA to continue its mission to clean up the air under the Clean Air Act. make sure they're doing it in a scientifically sound manner, working with industry always to improve and to protect the public health. So for all those reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose this Republican resolution, allow the Environmental Protection Agency to cut pollution, improve our health, and save lives. Let's put people over politics and make sure we're doing all we can do to improve the health and lives of our American neighbors. I urge a no vote and yield back my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I proudly yield 2.5 minutes to the chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentlelady from Washington, Chair Rogers.
Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Senate Joint Resolution 11. This resolution reverses EPA's extreme emission standards for heavy-duty trucks. President Biden is shamelessly pushing electrification of the entire transportation sector without regard for the significant environmental, economic, and national security risk it will cause. We should not allow the Biden administration to continue implementing this plan without additional congressional guidance. Heavy-duty trucks are essential to the transport of agricultural products and consumer goods to people across the country. In short, availability of trucking is directly tied to our standard of living, food security, and ability to afford everyday life. EPA's heavy-duty truck rule applies to trucks of all sizes, from the Ford F-250 to semi-trucks. EPA's own estimates say it could cost more than $8,000 per semi-truck to meet their standards. The cost will be passed directly to Americans, many who live paycheck to paycheck. Imagine someone who is already being forced to make tough choices for their family at the grocery store, the gas pump, the pharmacy. Virtually every product they're buying, as well as the ones that they can no longer afford, is transported by a truck at some point. With the EPA's rule, they'll be paying and sacrificing even more for food, clothing, fixing their homes, and trying to provide for their families. EPA's regulatory effort on heavy-duty trucks would impose extensive and expensive regulations, increase costs for trucking companies, many of which are small businesses, and ultimately fail to significantly reduce emissions. The American people cannot afford the financial burdens. It's our responsibility as members of Congress, the elected representatives of the people, to address agency overreach, especially when it would directly and negatively impact the lives of Americans and drive inflation higher. I'd like to thank Senator Fisher, Representative Nels for leading on the House and the Senate resolutions on this important issue. I urge my colleagues to support H.J. Res 11, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield 4 minutes now to the ranking member of our Environment Subcommittee, Mr. Tonko of New York.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from New Jersey for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this resolution. It is said that two certainties in life are death and taxes. Well, someone suing over an EPA standard must be a close third. And yet, when this rule was proposed, no one from industry or the environmental community challenged it based on EPA's legal authority, the agency's analysis, or the administrative process. And that is because it was carefully developed in consultation with a wide range of stakeholders. It is achievable, and it provides flexibility for manufacturers. And most importantly, it will result in significant health and economic benefits for all Americans, far more than the cost of compliance. Those benefits include fewer premature deaths, fewer hospital visits, fewer missed days of school and work, and yes, fewer cases of childhood asthma. Despite being a relatively small number of vehicles on the road, heavy-duty vehicles covered by this rule, including semi-trucks and buses, are significant sources of NOx pollution. This standard will especially help protect the tens of millions of Americans that live, that work, or go to school near highways, near ports, and other high-traffic, high-pollution areas along our nation's freight network. It is hard to believe that the Clean Air Act amendments of 1990 were enacted by a vote of 401 to 25. Protecting public health from air pollution was a common sense, bipartisan issue. Nearly everyone understood we had to balance industry interests with Americans' right to breathe and breathe safely. But we have reached a point where it is difficult to imagine a potential EPA air rule that would not immediately be CRA'd by our colleagues in the majority. This opposition is not based on rigorous analyses, but an ideological belief that anything done to reduce air pollution simply cannot possibly be worth the trade-offs, even when the benefits would be undeniably huge. So I urge members to allow EPA to move forward with flexible and achievable public health protections like this heavy-duty rule. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back, asking all of my colleagues to oppose this resolution.
The gentleman in reserves, the gentleman from Ohio, is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Walberg.
Gentleman from Michigan is yielded 2.5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of SJ Res 11. The legislation will disapprove of the Environmental Protection Agency's misguided heavy-duty vehicle rule that seeks to upend our economy in order to meet President Biden's extreme climate goals. As a member of the Conservative Climate Caucus, I'm not against reducing emissions, far from it, but it should be done through innovation, not top-down government mandates that ignore reality. Trucks today show the power of innovation. I drive one of those, having already reduced emissions by 98%. It seems like this administration has closed their eyes to any side effects of their rush to green. From tailpipe emissions regulations that will force people to buy expensive and less practical EVs, to new rules on power plants that will threaten the reliability of our electric grid. It seems like the EPA hasn't even thought about the economic and energy security of our constituents. In their final rulemaking, the EPA said they considered cost when deliberating these regulations. I'm not sure how that could be true, when they estimate it will cost thousands of dollars per truck to upgrade them with the necessary equipment. The fact is, small truck owners and operators might not be able to afford these changes and will either go out of business or be forced to pass the cost on to the customer. On top of this, the rule also applies to trucks and equipment used by my farmers and farmers across the country. Our supply chains are already stretched thin. Inflation is sky high. Either of these scenarios worsens our economic outlook and raises prices for the consumers across the board. The trucks that haul our food, our energy resources, and our goods will be impacted. And this is just the first of several strict heavy-duty vehicle emission rules that the Biden administration is implementing. In our modern digital economy, people and commerce depend on our truckers more than ever before. This rule will put further strain on our supply chain and increase costs for Michiganders and people across the country. I encourage my colleagues to support the resolution, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes now to a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Cardenas of California.
The gentleman from California has yielded 4 minutes. You are recognized.
Thank you for yielding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition of Senate Joint Resolution 11. Last year, more than 137 million people in the United States were living in areas with unhealthy levels of pollution, and we need to do better for them. It's currently estimated that 72 million Americans are exposed to high levels of air pollution due to their proximity to high-traffic trucking routes. These figures have real consequences, and they cost lives. With 3 of California's largest trucking routes cutting through my district, the district that I represent in the San Fernando Valley, these figures are a community reality for us. After decades of heavy-duty vehicles generating pollution in their backyards, my constituents experienced the injustice of disproportionately high rates of respiratory illnesses, cardiovascular complications, and cancer. The EPA's heavy-duty NOx rule is a long overdue step in the right direction to protect the health and well-being of communities across the United States, including my own. With this rule, the EPA could prevent up to 2,900 premature deaths per year, 6,700 fewer hospital admissions and emergency department visits, and 18,000 fewer cases of childhood asthma. These things are things that we need to work on in the House of Representatives. These are the lives of our children, grandchildren, parents, and grandparents. Last Congress, Democrats worked and secured historic investments through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Act to accelerate our progress in developing cleaner, zero-emission technologies that will improve public health. That includes $5 billion for clean school buses, an effort that I championed alongside Congresswoman Hayes, Senator Spadilla, and Senator Warnock. The Republican-backed Senate Joint Resolution 11 unravels the progress that we have made, and we must do more. It attacks necessary Clean Air Act protections and would repeal the meaningful actions that the EPA has taken. Today's CRA abandons the American people. It abandons our children. It abandons our grandchildren and future generation. It forces our communities to continue to breathe polluted air and puts them on a path to an unlivable future. It's important for us to understand that in this great nation, we have technology like no other, we have capacity like no other, so therefore all it takes is the political will of us on both sides of the aisle to do the right thing, to make the improvements that I just outlined here. I grew up in Los Angeles, where we had first stage smog alerts. Today, my children don't know what they are. But today, my grandchildren are being raised in Los Angeles. If we move the clock back, my grandchildren, unfortunately, will be able to speak of these smog alerts, just like I, unfortunately, had to be subjected to it as a child. We can do better, and we must do better. Growing up in the neighborhood that I now represent, I was the first council member to turn down the expansion of a dump site, another polluting element. Yes, the unions came up to me and said, we're going to lose 200 jobs. You can't do this. I said, we must. We found a solution to recreate those jobs on the same site, to have a cleaner, more effective way of dealing with the trash that the over 4 million people in my city create every single day. It's really important for us to understand that for us to pass this resolution will send us backwards and hurt generations today and generations to come. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 2 minutes to another very passionate member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson. Mr. Speaker, our truckers are the heartbeat of America, transporting about 70% of the United States freight. We depend on our truckers more than the left cares to admit or realize. Now they want to attack our truckers, even after the trucking industry has come to the table time and time again, Mr. Speaker. In 1998, one truck emitted what 60 trucks emitted what 60 trucks emit today, pardon me. And we've removed 98% of what comes out of the tailpipe. Still, the climate activists and converts will continue pushing their radical Green Deal on Americans, invariably and inevitably damaging our economy and making us reliant on, guess who? China. The Biden administration should be ashamed of taking a page from California's radical playbook to ban gas-powered vehicles. Over 200,000 Texans are heavy and tractor-trailer truck drivers. Now, let me tell you, we don't want the federal government messing with our way of life and our livelihoods in Texas. This dangerous EPA rule would increase costs for the trucking industry and in turn would increase costs for communities that rely exclusively on trucking for their freight. I urge all my colleagues to vote in favor of SJ Resolution 11 to reverse Biden's EPA new burdensome trucking regulations in order to protect small business truckers and to prevent more inflation and supply chain issues. This is a matter of life and death for our truckers. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield 2 minutes now to the gentlewoman from California, member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. Barragan.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member Pallone. I rise today in opposition to HJ Resolution 11 to overturn the EPA Clean Truck Rule. Tens of millions of Americans are exposed to dangerous levels of nitrogen oxide pollution from trucks. Tens of millions of Americans. Many of them live in low-income communities and communities of color. I know. I represent the Port of Los Angeles, where I'm surrounded by 4 freeways, trucks everywhere. Now, they do move our economy. They move goods from the port out into the communities. And so we acknowledge that. But we are all too familiar with Code Orange or Code Red air alerts, warning us not to go outside. Think about this. Our children who cannot go outside and play at the local park because of the air quality, because of the pollution. We know that they are at increased risk for premature deaths, childhood asthma, and lung and heart disease. If you go to a doctor's office in my district, the doctors there, they stock up the boxes of inhalers for children that they're waiting to come in because of the air pollution that's causing asthma. These truck pollution standards were last updated 20 years ago. 20 years ago. That's the last time we updated the standards. How long do children need to wait? How long do children need to wait to get clean air? It's been 20 years. That's how long our communities have suffered without any help. This Republican resolution basically says, too bad. We want you to wait longer for clean air. Whether it's Wilmington, California in my district, or Wilmington, Delaware across the country, and everywhere in between, our communities just want to breathe. Delay is not acceptable.
Gentlewoman's time has
I yield
expired.
the gentlewoman such time as she may consume.
You're recognized.
Delay is not acceptable. Our children have been waiting too long. We must move forward with this EPA truck rule. This is what we need to make sure we're investing and moving toward clean trucks. And we will not stop until every community, no matter your zip code, can go outside without worrying whether it's safe to breathe clean air. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill and to support clean air for all. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my good friend and another colleague from Energy and Commerce, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for yielding the time. I rise today in support of this resolution, which would overturn the Biden administration's reckless and aggressive emission standard for heavy-duty vehicles. As a businessman, I came to Congress to reduce the size and scope of the government, and this administration's obsessive pursuit of their rush to green priorities would simply devastate the U.S. economy at a time when Americans can least afford it. Democrats' radical spending spree has resulted in 3 in 5 Americans saying rising prices are a financial hardship. Our people are hurting. Yet the Biden EPA is moving forward with a top-down regulation that will significantly raise the cost of vehicles and any product transported by truck, including food, clothing, building materials, and other commodities essential to life. In my district, I have many farmers who use heavy-duty trucks. If implemented, this rule would dramatically increase the price of goods and food. And we're already hearing that from folks at the grocery store. Last year, the Environmental Protection Agency put in place emission standards for heavy-duty vehicles sold after 2027. And by their own estimates, the new standard would cause vehicle prices to skyrocket. And we're not talking about a small price hike here. It would be more than $2,500 increase for a Ford F-250 and more than $8,300 increase for new equipment on semi-trucks. The EPA projects the associated cost of the new regulation could reach $55 billion over the lifetime of the program. I repeat, $55 billion. It would also force many commercial truck drivers out of business. This regulation's cost of compliance is so high that owners and operators of trucks would be forced to leave the market or keep less safe trucks on the road. Mr. Speaker, America simply cannot afford the wildly out of control and out of touch priorities from this administration. I strongly encourage a yes vote on today's resolution to overturn the Biden administration's emission standard for heavy-duty vehicles, and with that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as it may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the Republican side of the aisle keeps talking about costs. I saw the chart that they put up that talks about costs, and the last speaker talked about $55 billion. I don't know if, I think that was the cost to the truckers. The bottom line is that the EPA has an obligation to deal with and try to protect Americans' health and safety. I gave a figure before, which is 4 times what the gentleman said, about how the cost in terms of lives and loss of job hours, loss of education hours, the cost of having to go to the doctor, EPA estimates that all that comes up to $200 billion. So we can argue about costs. I mean, I don't doubt that there's tremendous costs involved in not putting this rule into effect because of the impact on communities like that of the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barragan, talking about the inhalators that are available in doctors' offices because of the impact on children and their ability to breathe. I mean, I think that the one thing that I really want to stress is that it's almost as if the other side doesn't feel that the EPA has an obligation to address the health impacts because of the costs to the trucking community. And I would just say that that's not true. The reason that we have an EPA is so that they can study and see what the impact is of air pollution and smog. And it's clear, no one has suggested that the EPA doesn't have the power to do this based on the facts and based on the surveys they've done to show what the harmful impact is to Americans of this air pollution that comes from trucks. And this rule would eliminate 50% of that by 2045. I don't think it's unreasonable to suggest that that's not a good thing to do. And I don't hear any suggestion from the other side to say that, well, rather than do that, we would do something else. It's just, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do this rule that, in the opinion of the EPA and those of us on this side of the aisle, is important to save lives and to make Americans healthier. And I just, it bothers me tremendously to see that they're simply getting up on the other side and saying, don't do this, let's get rid of this rule, rather than even suggesting an alternative. And with that, I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I proudly yield 2 minutes to my good friend, the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher.
Gentleman from Idaho is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support Senate Joint Resolution 11, disapproving the EPA's proposed rule on new emission standards on heavy-duty trucks. The Biden administration is proposing new regulations on heavy-duty trucks that would dramatically raise costs on businesses and consumers. These rules would require trucks to be equipped with expensive emissions control technology beginning in 2027. The EPA estimates the cost of the technology would be somewhere around $8,300 per truck, but independent estimates could be more than $40,000 per truck. This is a huge cost on businesses. especially small businesses who rely on trucking to transport their goods. It will force them to raise their prices or go out of business because they'll have to pay more for the supplies and inventories they need. In other words, it's more inflation. Consumers will have to pay more for everything from food to clothing to building materials at a time when inflation's already at a 40-year high. So, Republicans in Energy and Commerce are calling on Congress to reject these regulations. We simply can't afford them. The EPA claims they need to address nitrogen oxide and other pollutants, yet NOx pollutants have been reduced by 98% since 1988. This is more of the blind drive to this green ideology, which is both intellectually and environmentally bankrupt. Cleaner air today is due to advancements in engine and fuel technologies, better filtration, and higher efficiencies. The Senate passed this resolution to overturn this heavy-handed job-killing rule, and I urge the House to do the same. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll continue to reserve at this time. I have some additional speakers coming, I believe.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 2 minutes to my good friend, another member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 2 minutes.
I think Chairman Johnson, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Senate Joint Resolution 11, a resolution nullifying the EPA's overreaching rule on American trucks. Mr. Speaker, the American people cannot afford yet another misguided Biden policy. From the gas pump to the grocery store, costs have skyrocketed because of this administration. Now, in their infinite wisdom, they have concluded American trucks need to be regulated with the most stringent standards in our nation's history, all in the name of their radical climate alarmism agenda. Almost every item found in the grocery store, pharmacy, restaurant, or business is transported on a heavy-duty truck. If this regulation takes effect, Americans will see essential items such as food, clothing, and school supplies cost even more. It's sad the Biden administration regulators at the EPA decided their devotion to their radical climate goals justify increased suffering for the American people. However, it is the price they're willing to make you pay to achieve their goals. Regulations like this will diminish the quality of life for constituents like mine. Supporters of this regulation might argue the cost of compliance would be minimal. They would be wrong. The EPA's own analysis found that it would cost over $8,000 per truck. Furthermore, the bureaucrats at the EPA have a history of underestimating the cost of their heavy-handed regulations. In 2001, they estimated the cost of their nitrogen oxide regulation to be $5,000 per truck, but the market analysis found it to exceed $21,000. The American Truck Dealers Association agrees the EPA estimate is far too low and has estimated the true cost to be around $42,000 per truck. More inflation. Mr. Speaker, the American people should not suffer higher costs because of demands made by climate activists. We must nullify this regulation. I support this resolution for the benefit of the American people, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve. Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. You know, I hear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle say that this EPA rule is promulgated by left-wingers, radicals. It's a radical rule. Nothing could be further from the truth. Just to give you an example, the Manufacturers of Emissions Control Association, which is a nonprofit group that provides technical information on emission control technologies for motor vehicles, concluded that a 90% reduction in NOx emissions is feasible by 2027. Not only are the heavy-duty NOx rule standards achievable, but they can be implemented in a cost-effective manner. Since the rule does not mandate the use of any specific technology, despite claims to the contrary, there are multiple compliance pathways available to reduce NOx emissions. There are existing technologies that help industry achieve the rule's NOx requirements, and with the years of lead time built into the rule, Technology manufacturers will continue to innovate new and more cost-effective solutions. And the rule supports tens of thousands of supplier jobs dedicated to the commercialization of this technology by 2027. But the problem is that with this CRA, House Republicans are throwing away decades of progress in the heavy-duty transportation sector. So again, this is not radical, this is not left-wing, this is just practical in a way of trying to protect people's health, at the same time being very conscious of, the impact on the trucking industry and making it possible to move forward with this without any real harm to the industry. So I urge my colleagues to support this innovation of our domestic heavy-duty transportation technology industry and vote no on this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to the remaining time on each side?
Gentleman has 11 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud then to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from Iowa, my good friend, Dr. Miller Meeks.
Gentlewoman from Iowa is yielded 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Johnson, for yielding me time. I rise in strong support of SJ Res 11, which repeals EPA's rulemaking on heavy-duty engines and vehicle standards for trucks. The Senate passed this resolution at the end of April, sending a strong message of disapproval. It's time for this body to do the same. Today's new trucks reduce nitrogen oxide emissions by more than 98% since 1988, and EPA's recent rulemaking required emission reductions that are 80% more stringent. The rule outpaces available technology and would worsen an already tight equipment market. The EPA's nitrogen oxide rulemaking for heavy-duty trucks would dramatically increase the cost of new trucks. EPA admits the rule will cost between $38 and $55 billion. On a per-truck basis, the EPA noted the price of a Class 2B truck will increase by $2,600 and a semi-truck will increase by $8,300. As the cost of trucks increase, the cost of all goods transported by trucks will increase. Let me give you a primer on health. If you can't afford food and you can't afford medicine, your health will worsen, and that's children, and that's families, and that's senior citizens. Additionally, the EPA's rulemaking potentially encourages trucking companies to retain older fleets with greater nitrogen oxide emissions, meaning the rulemaking may result in increased emissions from heavy-duty trucks. If trucking companies cannot afford the new trucks with compliant technology, they will keep older, higher-emitting trucks in operation. And further, when we don't see the benefits of this rule, i.e., reduced asthma, reduced hospitalizations, or reduced premature deaths, they will again say, well, the rules weren't stringent enough. We didn't go far enough, which is the typical.
Time has expired.
30 seconds.
Gentlewoman is yielded 30 seconds. You're recognized.
Small carriers and independent truckers simply cannot afford to overhaul their fleets. Farmers cannot continue to produce crops with these standards, and American families can't afford higher prices for everyday goods, medicine, and food. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the CRA, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask how much time we have on this side of the aisle?
The gentleman has 8 minutes.
How many?
8.
8. I'll reserve that at this time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Dakota, the vice chair of the full Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Armstrong.
Gentleman from North Dakota is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You would think after years of supply chain disruptions and skyrocketing consumer prices, this administration would make every effort to lower costs and streamline our transportation networks. The heavy-duty engine vehicle standard does exactly the opposite. This rule would force owner-operators to leave the market or keep older trucks on the road. This rule is unrealistic given the heavy-duty vehicle technology space, and this rule would add at least $8,000 to the cost of each new semi-truck. And the cost doesn't go to producers, the people who grow the grain or produce the oil or get the natural gas out of the ground. It goes to the consumers. And instead of expanding equipment market and recognizing the significant reduction of nitrous oxide, this rule is another assault on liquid fuels that will further complicate the supply chain. North Dakota is a producer state, but we have to get our products to market. We need heavy-duty vehicles to get our goods there. The rule jeopardizes our ability to feed and fuel the country. And The CRA has bipartisan support, and for good reason. The underlying rule is unworkable, and I urge my colleagues to support this CRA, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, when I listened to Ms. Barragan and she talked about the Port of Los Angeles, I was concerned because I don't think we've spent enough time during this debate talking about what I call environmental justice communities, or these are communities which, because they're near the port or they're near places where the trucks predominate or they're concentrated, has such an impact on the local community, and that's certainly true in parts of my state as well, in New Jersey. We all know that air pollution from heavy-duty transportation sector has serious negative impacts on everyone's health, but these communities near high-traffic roadways experience higher rates of these serious health effects. We have an estimated 72 million people that live near truck freight routes across the United States, and residents of these communities are more likely to be low-income communities and communities of color. And it should not come as a surprise that my Republican colleagues are once again putting polluting industries over the health and safety of our most vulnerable populations. Research has demonstrated that diesel traffic, including traffic located on freight routes, is the largest source of NOx disparity by race in the United States. And protecting our most overburdened communities is one of the many reasons why the heavy-duty NOx rule is absolutely critical. During his first days in office, President Biden made a commitment to uplifting environmental justice and making it a core tenet of his administration. To continue delivering on his promise just last month, he signed an executive order that will further embed environmental justice into the work of our federal agencies. And the heavy-duty NOx rule is just another example of how the EPA is delivering for environmental justice communities. Reducing harmful air pollution from heavy-duty transportation sector will have immense benefits for those living near these high-traffic freight routes. And I just think that it's a shame that the Republicans are essentially turning a blind eye to the disproportionate health harms that are faced by these communities from circumstances outside their control. We're not going to ignore this as Democrats. And so I urge my colleagues to vote no on this resolution, in part because of the terrible impact on some of these communities that are near these freight routes and ports, including those in my home state of New Jersey. I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, you know, this EPA rule would go into effect for model years 2027, which is an extremely tight timeline for compliance. The Truckload Carriers Association commented that the rule outpaces available technology, which means there's not even technology there yet to do the kinds of things that this rule is requiring. And I might also point out that there are significant key groups that support Senate Joint Res 11. The American Trucking Association, Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, Transportation Intermediates Association, National Tank Truck Carriers, Truckload Carriers Association, and the National Federation of Independent Businesses, which represents literally thousands of small businesses, many of them small trucking operations across America. So again, there are some very, very serious technical issues with this rule, as well as some real economic concerns. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Rashida Tlaib.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Ranking Member Pallone, for your incredibly important leadership on this issue. Mr. Speaker, every American, every single child, every single family has the right to breathe clean air. I rise in opposition to SJ Res 11, the latest effort from colleagues to put American lives in danger to boost the profits of their corporate polluter donors. Heavy-duty vehicles make up just about 6% of trucks on the road, but generate 59% of all nitrogen oxide pollution in our country. Mr. Speaker, I grew up in Southwest Detroit, thinking those heavy trucks rumbling through our neighborhood, through my school, near where I lived, near the park I played in, I thought it was normal. It isn't normal. In my district and surrounding areas, seeing the heavy truck go through our neighborhoods 5, 10, 20 more times a day than any other community in Michigan. This is not the kind of life for any family or any resident in our country. So it is no surprise that the rates of asthma, lung cancer, and COPD are dramatically higher in my region, in my district, than any other parts of the state. We are seeing heavy trucks drive again outside of our elementary schools, our local health centers, and nursing homes every single day. We are seeing premature deaths, heart attacks, asthma, strokes, maternal complications. All are just some of the effects from pollution that these vehicles spew into our neighborhoods. Again, Mr. Speaker, we have a right to breathe clean air. Part 1 of President Biden's Clean Trucks plan is just a small step towards environmental justice for communities that have been left behind for far too long. Our communities, Mr. Speaker, cannot afford to a setback like this that are being proposed today. They cannot afford to continue to have their health, safety, and futures put at risk for corporate profits. They don't have another day, another year, another month to live like this. President Biden will rightfully veto this ridiculous attempt to make our communities even more unhealthy and more dangerous. But I call on the EPA to go even further, to make progress in cleaning up our air and water in order to give our residents a real opportunity for a better quality of life. But I do invite any of my colleagues to spend a day with me in my district to see for themselves what rampant, unchecked pollution does to a community, to a neighborhood. Talk to any of my seniors who grew up with it, literally on breathing machines before they go to bed. This is not the life that we want of any American. I invite you to meet the children born prematurely to parents with asthma and COPD, who go to work every single day with headaches and chronic respiratory problems. Maybe then you would understand not only the need for this rule to remain intact, but to go even further to protect the health of those we're sent here to represent. I urge my colleagues to vote against the CRA, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2.5 minutes to my friend and colleague, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this Congressional Review Act that would overturn yet another radical rule from the Biden administration's EPA. If you need any more proof of how radical the rules coming out of this EPA are, look to where this bill came from, the Senate. The last time I checked, the president's own party holds a majority in that chamber, yet they still think this rule is too extreme. This EPA rule would impose severe emissions reductions that are 80% more stringent than the previous rule. 80%. Today's new trucks have already reduced nitrogen oxide emissions by more than 98% since 1988. In fact, there is a chart on EPA's own website showing the U.S. reduced 6 common pollutants by 78% between 1970 and 2020, all while increasing miles driven and experiencing dramatic economic growth. Put simply, this rule is both unnecessary and unworkable. It would make it harder for the truckers who keep our economy moving from doing their jobs. The truckers like at the Georgia Ports Authority in my district. The cost of complying with this rule will force truck owners and operators off the road, and that is not acceptable. Prices are up, our supply chains are backlogged, and we have an administration that continues to strangle our economy with anti-growth and anti-worker rules like this. This needs to stop. I urge passage of this matter, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no additional speakers. I'm prepared to close, but you may have others.
I'm prepared to close also. I'll let, yes, go ahead.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized to close.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I just want to stress that, and I said this before the Rules Committee, the concern that I have here is this process in part. In other words, when you do a Congressional Review Act, which is being used today by the Republican side to essentially get rid of this very important EPA rule to protect public health, not only does the rule, if this passed, not only does the rule disappear, but there can be no action by the agency in this space. And as I continue to point out, the Republican side has not come up with an alternative. Everything that I hear is to say, we don't want this rule in effect. We think the rule is not a good one. And they don't address the fact that this rule is seeking to protect public health in such a significant way. Also, I heard my colleague from Georgia, who I respect a great deal, say, oh, this was passed by a Democratic Senate. Well, the fact of the matter is that with the exception of one, every Democratic senator voted against this resolution, and I think maybe there was one absent. And so it's not really, it's hardly the case that Democrats support this. There was only one Democrat who supported it in the United States Senate. And the reason that I'm so concerned is not only because this would get rid of such an important rule, but because there would be no alternative at this point and no likely alternative in the future. Let me say the science could not be more clear. NOx emissions are dangerous and they have significant detrimental impacts on public health. The respiratory impacts that have been mentioned by my colleagues on the Democratic side associated with this air pollution, including wheezing and coughing, shortness of breath, asthma attacks, even lung cancer. If those aren't serious enough, other health impacts include susceptibility to infections, heart attacks, strokes, metabolic disorders, preterm births, low birth weight, premature death. In the United States, air pollution is associated with over 100,000 deaths every year. And despite the severity of these negative health outcomes associated with NOx pollution, my Republican colleagues remain committed to rolling back the very standards that would protect Americans from these harmful impacts. It's hard for me to imagine that the majority is so set on repealing a rule that will literally save lives and improve the health of millions of Americans across the country. But unfortunately, that's what we face here. So I would urge my colleagues to
Gentleman's
oppose
time has expired.
this resolution.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to close by starting with something that Mr. Carter from Georgia just reminded us all of. A Democrat-controlled Senate passed SJ 11. A Democrat-controlled Senate. Democrats in the Senate said this rule is unnecessary, it's too onerous, and they passed the CRA, and they ask us to do the same. I've heard several things today that I want to put an exclamation point on. I heard from my colleague and my friend, the ranking member of Energy and Commerce, that the EPA's job is to protect the air and the water, the environment. Well, I actually agree with that, right? But let's look at the environmental facts that surround this particular rule. A 98% reduction in NOx emissions since the late 80s, early 90s. 98%. Look at the cost that this is going to place on the American economy. $39 billion to $55 billion. Many trucking companies are not going to be able to comply with this. So they're not going to buy the new trucks. Instead, they're going to continue to use the old trucks. It's going to defeat the very purpose that this rule was set out to do in the first place. They're just going to keep driving those trucks until they drive the tires off of them. I heard one of my Democrat colleagues say earlier that if we overturn this rule by passing SJ 11, that we're going to create an unlivable future for our children and our grandchildren. Let me tell you what an unlivable future looks like in rural America, where inflation is already at a 40-plus year high. When Americans, when parents and grandparents that are having to raise their grandchildren because of things like the drug epidemic and having to work 2 jobs to make ends meet, when they're having to choose between putting fuel in the car and buying groceries or paying the electric bill or having health insurance, that's an unlivable future. And when we do something like this rule does, that continues to cause inflation to go up and up and up, it puts more strain on American families that are living paycheck to paycheck. I also heard a term called environmental justice. What about the environmental injustice? You come to Appalachia. You ride up and down the roads and see the farmhouses where people live paycheck to paycheck, where they struggle like I just described. When the EPA puts forward rules that has no consideration for the economic impacts on the people that it's going to hurt the worst, those people who get up every day and put their work clothes on. You know, 96% of the trucking industry is small operators, is small fleet companies. 96%. They are the ones that are the least able to go out and buy this new technology. And they are the ones that are going to more quickly go under and go out of business because of this onerous rule. Mr. Speaker, this CRA is the right thing to do. Democrats in the Senate said so. Republicans in the Senate said so. I urge today in the U.S. House that we also say so. Tell the EPA this is a bridge too far. And I urge my colleagues to support SJ 11 and let's overturn this rule. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate having expired. Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on the third reading of the joint resolution. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
For the yeas and nays, a recorded vote.
Hang on 1 second.
Oh, this is engrossment. All right, I'll wait.
Okay. The ayes have it. Third reading.
The ayes have it. Third reading. The question is on the passage.
Providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to control of air pollution from new motor vehicles, heavy-duty engine and vehicle standards.
The question now is on the passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, again, I would ask for the...
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
I would ask for the yeas and nays, a recorded vote.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of S.J. Res. 11, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 11, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to control of air pollution from new motor vehicles, heavy-duty engine and vehicle standards.
The question is on passage of the joint resolutions. Members will record their votes by electronic device, and this is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 221 and the nays are 203. The joint resolution is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on House Administration be discharged from further consideration of HRES 435 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 435, resolution requiring each member, officer, and employee of the House of Representatives to complete a program of training in workplace rights and responsibilities each session of each Congress and for other purposes.
Is there objection to consideration of the resolution? Without objection, the resolution is agreed to. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair will now entertain a request for 1-minute speeches. What direction? There we go. For what purpose does the member from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in remembrance of Jimmy Wilson. Jimmy was born in September of 1946 in Chester, Pennsylvania. After graduating from Savannah High School in 1964, he immediately joined the United States Navy. After leaving the Navy, Jimmy went on to graduate from Georgia Southern University with a degree in accounting. While in college, he married the love of his life, Barbara. Post-Georgia Southern, Jimmy worked for Metro Development before launching his business, the James Cordie Company. In 1985, he and Louis Young created Great American Builders, and that soon rose to become the largest home builder in the Savannah area. He was also active in trade organizations such as Home Builders Association of Greater Savannah and was also inducted into the Home Builders Association Hall of Fame. Outside of work, Jimmy was an avid University of Georgia football fan, even attending the 1982 Heisman Trophy ceremony. Jimmy leaves behind his dear wife, Barbara, 3 incredible children, and his beloved grandchildren. My sincere condolences go out to the Wilson family during this time of mourning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the dangers of fentanyl. Fentanyl is a powerful opioid that is 50 times more potent than morphine. 2 milligrams, or the size of 5 grains of salt, can cause possible overdose. Fentanyl is so dangerous that illegal drug makers must wear hazmat suits to avoid contact with the drug. It needs to be stopped. But H.R. 467, the Halt Fentanyl Act, is not the bill to stop it. The bill would make it easier to arrest and imprison users of the drug, and that would be a major problem in black communities nationwide. The Centers for Disease Control said black Americans died from fentanyl overdoses at much higher rates than any other community. We do not need another bill to put more black Americans in prison. We need a bill that criminalizes the drug without criminalizing the drug user. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to announce our first big win in Congress. 1 week ago today, I stood right here to take a stand for AM radio in America and call on all car manufacturers to reconsider their decision to do away with it. Well, I have some great news to report today, Mr. Speaker. Ford has decided to keep AM radio in their 2024 models, including the F-150 made just outside of Kansas City. It is a start, but we're not done. I'm now calling on all the other auto manufacturers to follow Ford's lead and preserve AM radio. This is not just about radios, Mr. Speaker. It's about standing up for the farmers and ranchers who tune into AM radio as they till the soil from dusk to dawn. It's about the commuters who rely on AM radio during their morning and evening commutes. It's about accessibility, about making sure that every American, no matter where they live, has access to vital news, weather, and community updates. Today, we push forward, advocating for AM radio, advocating for our constituents, and today we show other car manufacturers what public pressure looks like and tell them, like I said last week, I want my AM radio. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to oppose House Republicans' extreme attempt to roll back President Biden's one-time emergency student debt relief initiative. This bill would undoubtedly jeopardize the financial well-being of millions of Americans. This bill is cruel and would rescind life-changing debt relief up to $20,000. 90% of Americans who are eligible to receive this relief earn less than $75,000 per year. The bill would also repeal the student loan payment pause and force borrowers to unexpectedly confront months of accumulated payments and interest. 43 million borrowers have benefited from the pause and saved on average $150 per month in interest. At a time when tuition continues to rise exponentially, countless students and graduates are being crushed by tens of thousands of dollars in student loan debt. President Biden's cancellation would be transformative for millions of Americans who sought to build intergenerational wealth and improve their economic circumstances through education. And while House Republicans try to make it harder for young Americans to survive, my Democratic colleagues and I will continue to fight for much provided relief. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to wish the Palmetto State, South Carolina, a happy 235th birthday. On May 23, 1788, South Carolina became the 8th state to officially join the United States of America. From the stunning coast of the Grand Strand to the rich farmlands in the PD, to the rolling hills of the Midlands, the historic charm of the Low Country, and the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains in the upstate, I cannot think of a better place to call home. Our $29 billion tourism industry drives our state's economy. People flock from all over to witness our rich heritage and our incredible atmosphere. We welcome over 40 million visitors each and every year. I've lived in South Carolina my entire life, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Happy birthday to my favorite state, the Palmetto State, South Carolina. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the Republicans have claimed
that they responsibly passed a debt extension proposal. They did not. They passed a Default on America Act, which they wrongly called the Limit, Save, and Grow Act. It was, however, a Fraud on America Act. Today, the Republicans canceled the scheduled markup on the bills, pretending to carry out their pretended policies. Today, Republicans demonstrated what they have displayed so very often, that they are unable to govern and simply use political demagoguery to propose policies that are harmful, unreasonable, and unpassable by their own party. The country needs a responsible and honest opposition party. It does not have one. The inability of Republicans to move forward on their appropriation bills proves that point. I urge our Republican colleagues to stop pandering, pass the debt extension, be responsible, give confidence to the American economy.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank
for
you.
1 minute.
As we stare down a completely manufactured economic crisis, I sure hope we can come together to avoid a default. But the proposal from the far right wing of the GOP, one that holds our economy hostage to enact extreme budget cuts, would hurt veterans most of all. Veterans in my district, across Pennsylvania, and across the United States. Pennsylvania has the 4th highest veteran population, so I'm not talking hypotheticals when it comes to how VHA cuts would impact our veterans. If they get their way, more than 272,000 Pennsylvania veterans' medical care and outpatient visits would be at risk due to slashed VA administration funding. The 29% of Pennsylvania veterans who live with disabilities will face more red tape and longer wait times, undermining their much-needed medical care. This is not what keeping our promises to those who served us, to protect us, looks like. Our veterans and the American people deserve better.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Maryland recognized for 1 minute?
Extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it's not the Republicans who want to defund the veterans, it's the Democrats. We've marked up the Milcon VA bill in subcommittee, and it doesn't have cuts. So I don't know where the people on the other side of the aisle suggest that we're not supporting veterans. As a veteran myself, I'm proud of the work we do. But it's the president who suggested that we decrease from the fiscal year 23 numbers across the board. Mr. Speaker, that's defense, that's veterans, that's across the board. It's the president who wants to cut the defense budget. It's the president who wants to defund our veterans. Shame on the president. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to be recognized for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the legacy of Lee Williams, a legendary track and field coach at Oscar Dean Wide High School in Fort Worth, who died at the age of 71. Mr. Williams began his track and field career as a Poly Parrot and then went on to TCU, where he set the school record in the 400-meter run and the mile relay and was a member of the first 2 relay teams. Mr. Speaker, can we have some order, please? I can hear them talking when I'm trying to.
In order.
Where he set the school record for the 400-meter run and mile relay and was a member of the first 2 relay teams to qualify for the NCAA championship. For these accomplishments, Williams was inducted into the 54th class of the Athletics Hall of Fame for TCU just last year. Williams will go on to begin a legendary career as a track and field coach at Oscar Dean Wyatt, and one of his greatest achievements as a coach came in 1998 when his 4x1 meter relay team set the national high school record of 39.76, a record that still stands to this day. And throughout his coaching career, Williams coached 15 All-Americans, won 15 district championships, 4 regional championships, and 2 state champions. And he was elected to the Texas Track and Field Coaches Association back in 2019. I want to end by highlighting Williams' dedication and the success and mentorship of his students on and off the track. He will always be known as a legend, and I'm praying for his wife, Carolyn, his 2 daughters, and grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
That's unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow, May 24th, marks 1 year since the massacre at Robb Elementary in Uvalde. 1 year since 19 children and 2 teachers were murdered, leaving a community forever scarred and parents all across the country holding their little ones closer. I know my heartbreak won't pass new legislation, but like many parents, I am heartbroken. I know my outrage won't bring these kids back, but like many Texans, I am still outraged. And I also know that we don't have to live like this. Last year, we finally ended 30 years of inaction by passing gun violence prevention legislation, and we can build on that. We can strengthen background checks, pass red flag laws, raise the purchasing age of an assault-style rifle to 21. All of these policies are overwhelmingly supported by the American people, but we have to work together. So I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join us in looking for common ground, because I know I am willing to work with anyone to save lives. The people of Uvalde and all Americans deserve no less.
Time has expired.
I yield back.
For what purpose is the gentleman from New York seeking recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, there is no fair in life and death. If it were, no good man would die young. Acclaimed author Mitch Albom. 11-year-old Alpha Berry and his friend Garrett Warren, age 13, vanished on Friday, May 12th in my district in what will become every parent's worst nightmare. Their bodies were recovered from the Hudson and Harlem rivers late last week over the past weekend. Our community is devastated and heartbroken over this tragedy. We draw on our faith during these times of tragedy such as this and seek comfort and peace. I extend my heartfelt condolences to Alpha's and Garrett's families, friends, and all of those that knew them. And today I stand on the House floor and I ask for a full and thorough investigation of this horrible event. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the remaining part of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great respect I rise today to congratulate Mr. Rick Boucher, Assistant Director for District 7 of the United Steelworkers, on his retirement. Rick began his career as a pipe fitter with the Steelworkers Local 6103 in Portage in 1978. Throughout his 45-year career, Rick consistently demonstrated his commitment to our union brothers and sisters as he held multiple union leadership roles, including grievance chairman, international staff representative, and District 7 Sub-5 director. Rick is the embodiment of the unwavering dedication, loyalty, and hard work exemplified by the incredible members of the United Steelworkers. For his lifetime of exceptional service and outstanding leadership, Rick is worthy of the highest praise, and I wish him all the best in his retirement. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I pledge my head to clearer thinking,
my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, and my health to better living for my club, my community, my country, and my world. If it wasn't clear, I'm a 4-H'er. A few weeks ago, I had the privilege of meeting with 4-H student ambassadors from across California. They shared how the 4-H program has empowered them, from building water filters from reusable materials to developing public speaking and organizational skills. 4-H doesn't discriminate between urban, suburban, and rural communities. I'm here today representing Orange County because of my experiences from the 4-H program. As Congress begins consideration of the Farm Bill, let's continue to invest in our nation's young people with robust funding for the 4-H program, because our future leaders might be 4-H'ers themselves. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, defaulting on our debt is not an option and would only cause economic uncertainty for Eastern North Carolina and rural America at a time when most are just trying to break even. According to recent reports, a default would kick nearly 96,000 families across the 1st District off of food and health programs at a time when they can least afford it. It would also jeopardize benefits that support nearly 50,000 veterans in my district, causing delays in the delivery of care and poor health outcomes for our nation's heroes. A default that lasts as little as 6 weeks would result in nearly 7 million jobs lost, doubling the unemployment rate to 8%. Mr. Speaker, we must focus on keeping America's full faith and credit intact. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To address the House floor for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. June 1st. That's when the Treasury estimates that we will no longer be able to fulfill our financial obligations if Congress has not acted. Defaulting would have catastrophic consequences on our economy. It would shake financial markets, send interest rates skyrocketing, risk millions of jobs, and create higher costs for working families. We can't allow the full faith and credit of the United States government to be called into question by defaulting. I'm encouraged by ongoing conversations and discussions that are moving us in the right direction, but we need to get this done. I'm committed to being at the table and ready to work in a bipartisan way to find a short-term and long-term solution to avert a crisis and get our fiscal house in order. Thank you, and I yield back.
Are there any further requests for 1 minute speeches? Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I could see some of the faces going, oh God, they're going to let him speak for an hour. I saw those faces, but there's a lot to share. And first is, I tried to cut back on my coffee this evening, so hopefully my shared annoyance will be somewhat under control. First off, to my brothers and sisters on the left, please buy a calculator. That's simple. Some basics I want to walk through here. Okay, let's do Democrat math here for a moment. And I'm sorry, I often try not to be a partisan this brutal, but math is math. So if I have a world where you can't raise taxes on people who earn $400,000 or more, the Democrat mantra, it's part of their platform, no tax hikes for $400,000 or higher income earners, right? Okay. You do realize that's 98% of taxpayers, meaning there's only 2% left that make income over $400,000. That's how they're going to balance the budget? The math is absurd. So you actually start to work through
how this actually works. So you could do a 100% tax rate, 100% tax rate on all those $400,000 and over, and you get nowhere near, I mean, a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of what's required to handle the shortfalls, the requirements for Social Security and Medicare. That's the plan the left has given us. It's great political talking points. It gets you cheers at the neighborhood town hall, and you're lying to them. The math will always win. So let's walk through this a little bit more. Do you understand the scale, the cruelty, the immorality of this place and its avoidance? In less than 9 years, the Social Security Trust Fund is gone. Many of us on the Republican side spent the previous year trying to find a moral way, and we were working with Democrats to save Social Security. But instead, the Democrat plan, right there from that podium, when President Biden got up and said in his State of the Union, said, "Promise me you won't talk or touch Social Security or Medicare." And the room all applauded. You just sentenced American seniors to the doubling of poverty. In 9 years, the United States doubles senior poverty because those seniors take a 25% cut in their check. That's the plan. Does anyone see the cruelty? I mean, is this what we've become? That an idea that's saying, well, this polls really well if we blame Republicans for wanting to talk about it. This polls really well, this gets us reelected. And yeah, in 9 years we will double senior poverty, but it's okay. Because most people will never hear that, they'll never understand that, they'll never know that. And then we'll do some sort of big tax hike in the future, crash the economy, and it will still not come close to what's necessary. If we don't have a revolution in the cost of health care, do understand what's coming. The CBO's own numbers, and if you lose the inflation adjustment on it, we are scheduled to borrow about $128 trillion over the next 30 years, okay? 100% of that borrowing is the shortfall of Social Security if we choose to backfill it. There's the big tax hike. Or the incredible debt financing. The other 75%, so 86, 87 trillion dollars when you add in the financing costs, is the shortfall in Medicare. This is what goes on around here. The lying to the American people about the math. So let's walk through this. Stabilizing the debt at about 95 to 97%, which was always what the economists told us we needed to do. If you did that without spending restraints, remember, the fight right now over the debt ceiling is we're basically, as Republicans, saying we have to communicate to the world debt markets that we take our debt seriously. It's more than just raising our credit limit. We're going to do something. In 2011, I'll show you the words from S&P. We were downgraded not because of the debt ceiling fight. We were downgraded because we did not communicate to the world and to the debt markets we were going to take debt seriously. It's a decade later, debt is dramatically worse. The demographic curve now is crushing us. And the proposal from the left is just spend more money. Don't worry about it. We'll tax people over $400,000. Even though it's 2% of the population, you can take every dime they have and it doesn't do anything. One more time, if you were to stabilize U.S. sovereign debt at 95 to 97% of GDP, if you don't do anything on the spending side, remember, we're trying to do something on the spending side. So we do what Democrats have proposed, saying don't do anything. You have to go to from our current sort of 15% payroll tax, that's your FICA tax, you're paying into Social Security, Medicare, unemployment. You have to go to 24%. So that's the Democrat plan. FICA taxes go up to 24%, and you have to do a national value-added tax on top of everything else. So everything just went up. And you remember how a value-added tax is every step of production you add another 20%. And this is not paying off any debt. This is just stabilizing enough cash flow to hold us at that about 97% of debt to the size of the economy, you need a 20% VAT and a FICA tax that is actually at 24%. And that just provides stability. That doesn't pay anything off. That's the plan. And you realize the absurdity of the speeches that come behind these microphones, and it breaks my heart because there's things going on in our society. We're getting old very fast. There's a horrible article today out about seniors living on the street. Think about what's going to happen in less than 9 years when those seniors get a 25% cut in their Social Security check. And that's the plan. Avoid it until the last moment. Maybe we'll just cut them. Social Security over the 75-year is $202 trillion underfunded. And the unwillingness here to tell the truth to the American people, we got old. We got, 67 million baby boomers. The end of the baby boom is calculated to be about 1964 births. So we got a few more years before they all are 65 into their earned benefits. And what is this place doing to grow the economy and crash the price of health care? Nothing, but we're going to have a theater around here about talking about the debt ceiling, and Republicans will actually want to bend a little bit of the spending. So we're scheduled to borrow, $21 trillion over the next 10 years, and we're talking about dialing back $4 trillion? And that's the end of the world. It shows you just how perverse this place is. And look, some of the other data, and I'm between 2020 and 2022, there's some $362 billion that's still left in the $5 trillion in stimulus. Remember, we went through that little thing called the pandemic. We basically spent like $5 trillion trying to mitigate its damage, keep the economy stable. Fine. There's about $362 billion that's unspent. Our really difficult proposal in our debt ceiling that the Democrats are screaming, oh, how dare you, isn't after the $362 billion. We're after 30 of it. Give us back 30 billion of that. It's 8% of the money. And it's the end of the world. Has our politics become that perverse here that we're willing to lie to the American people about the math, make up things, and destroy my children's future? Remember, I have a 10-month-old and a 7-year-old. Does my child have the right to live as well as we do? Because right now, CBO's math says in 24 years, U.S. taxes double. If any of you plan to be working 24 years from now, at that moment, your taxes will be double today. Corporate taxes, tariffs, all types of income taxes, everything will be double in the United States just to maintain current services. That's the math. The math will win, or we can just do what we do around here, pretend, oh, we'll just tax rich people. They don't have enough money. You can take every dime of every billionaire in America, and you cover what, about 16 months of borrowing, and then it's all gone? And that's what the brain trust here's ideas are. So let's, one more time, let's try to understand the reality. And there's actually some solutions that actually could be bipartisan. If you actually look at the math on what's going on in healthcare costs, on our brothers and sisters with diabetes, obesity in America. Do you know if you just took those two things on, you could actually make a major, major impact on borrowing and spending, economic growth, and just plain morality of our brothers and sisters out there who are dying at shockingly young ages. I don't know if I brought the chart. We'll see if I have it here, of what's happening to prime age working males. And the fact that longevity in America is going backwards the last couple of years. And when you dial into it, obesity, drugs, car accidents, suicides, firearms, we got a sick society. I'm going to show you a board in a little bit that says in less than 18 years, the United States has more deaths than births. Half the states today have more deaths than births. It's math. Demographics drive the budget. The budget is on a calculator, and yet it's so much easier to lie, and I'm saying that word over and over if you've noticed, because we're not telling the truth. All right, Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One more time, the math may be uncomfortable, but it is real. If you look at this chart, and I often start with that one, don't look at 1965. Let's look at 2022. This is our spending pie chart. It's just easy, it's simple. Do you see this part here, this green and this blue? This is defense, this is discretionary, everything else is on autopilot. According to CBO from 2-3 months ago, we can get rid of every dime of discretionary. There's no more White House, there's no more EPA, there's no more anything. And you can get rid of every dime of defense. This is according to CBO, because I know we all sat and read it. In 9 years, you get rid of all discretionary spending and you still have to borrow a couple $100 billion, and that's without backfilling a dime into Social Security. And remember, then CBO a couple weeks later did an update on Social Security saying, 9 years, it's out. It's gone. 25% cut to our brothers and sisters who are 65 and older. Double senior poverty. And we already have to borrow a couple $100 billion a year just to cover the mandatory in 9 years. That's where we're going. It's the math. And I know we all bathe in the facts because we don't want to mislead our constituents on how much trouble we're in. So one more time, the debt ceiling fight. Did anyone go and pull up their copy of the 2011 Standard & Poor's report? I've heard multiple folks here refer to it. We got downgraded one tick from AAA to AA+. Read the report. It was not about the debt ceiling fight. It basically clearly says it's because we provided no vision of what we were going to do about U.S. sovereign debt. We're a decade later, and the numbers are dramatically worse. And some of that being worse is not Democrat, it's not Republican, it's COVID. It's demographics. It's the number of missing Americans in the labor force. We have about 3.5 million workers that have just disappeared. But understand, there's a number of us who believe if tomorrow we just said, clean debt ceiling, just keep borrowing money, we get downgraded. It happened in 2011. The rating agency did not believe we were serious. And understand, if 2 rating agencies did this exact same rating, the stress in U.S. sovereign markets is real because all of a sudden, lots of states, lots of governments, lots of bond funds can no longer hold U.S. sovereigns because you can have one of the 3 big rating agencies downgrade you, but you can't have 2. Has anyone picked up the damn phone and called S&P, Moody's, and said, hey, if we just keep borrowing money and provide no vision? Because you remember, our brothers and sisters on the left made this, hey, we did that Inflation Reduction Act, which is an Orwellian name, and we had some deficit reduction in there. Of course, now that it's been rescored, there is no deficit reduction in there. I'm going to show you the receipts coming in, the additional actual cost of the grants and giveaways on the green energy. It doesn't reduce the deficit. And once again, the only times this place, I think 1993 was the last, 83 was the last time this place actually did some deficit management without being up against a debt ceiling. Of course, also understand at that time, Social Security was about to go broke, and you had this guy named Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill who got together and said, we're going to do the moral thing, we're going to save Social Security. And they got together and did something on debt, deficits, and Social Security. The problem was that was supposed to be a solution that took it out for about for at least another 15, 20 years from now. Something's gone horribly wrong. You also saw with the COLA that just happened in Social Security, where there's this 8-point plus COLA, we just lost an entire year of actuarial life in Social Security. That's one of the reasons it's now 9 years. If core inflation stays where it's at right now, this next COLA won't be 8, but could it be 4? Could it be 5? If it is, be prepared to lose almost another year of the actuarial life of Social Security. So let's actually walk through some of the things that are going on, or excuse me, have gone on. To my brothers and sisters on the left, does anyone remember that way, way back, well, let's call it 2019, Democrats controlled this body. You had a Republican in the White House. Democrats would not agree to a clean debt ceiling hike. 2019, I know that's a long distance for us to try to remember, but the requirement of the deal that finally was struck was $324 billion additional spending and the lifting of caps, which also raised about another $300 billion of spending. Is that the left's version of a clean debt ceiling? Come on, this is only how many years ago? This is what happened last time. This is where they're at. So the absolute disingenuous nature of this place, to come behind these microphones and say, clean debt ceiling. How dare the Republicans try to bend the spending curve and save the country? Come on, live by your own standards. And once again, look at all the debt ceiling deals. Do I need to walk through Graham-Rudman, the balanced budget amendments, the omnibus? How many of you even remember some of the really popular ones, PAYGO and all those things? This is a list. Every single one of these is because of a stressor of the debt ceiling. Some of these were Republicans controlled the Congress. Some of these were when Democrats controlled the Congress. But this fantasy here, we should just do a clean debt ceiling because that's what we always do, is an absolute lie. And you look at some of the big things that actually made a difference in this country. Go back to Graham-Rudman in 85 and 87. That was up against debt limits. The deficit reduction authorities. PAYGO. Remember, PAYGO basically got renewed multiple times in 90, 93, 97, 2010. And it basically had the multiple ways of managing. If you were going to spend more, it had to end within a certain time or had to be offset. The Budget Control Act, which is the big one from 2011, I'm going to show you, it was wonderful up until we cheated on it. Because this place couldn't actually live under its own constraints that it agreed to. But the debt limit increase, we raised it to $14.7 trillion. Now public debt is what? 28 trillion? Total debt, if you take the money we borrow functionally from agencies, our trust funds, those things were what, 32.4. And then you have a little problem though. This is the disingenuous thing this place did. So we had the Budget Control Act. It was going to be $1.7 trillion. This was between 2013 and 2021. Discretionary savings under the Budget Control Act. Except the desire here, and this was Republicans too. I'd love to blame Democrats only, but this was Republicans too. 27% of that savings never happened. Never happened because we couldn't live under sequestration. It shows you when you walk them down the hallways here in the Capitol and there's armies of people coming into your office all day long, and what do they want? They want more money. Understand, Washington, D.C. is about the money. January 2020 to present, non-defense outlays are up 18.8%. Defense outlays are basically flat. So what's going on? We continue. Now, most of this is because the Democrat controlled, this is their desire. They pumped all sorts of new spending authorization. But now we have a little problem. Let's go to right now. Last month's number. How many were paying attention to the CBO monthly update and saw that entitlement spending in the first 7 months of this year are up 11%? Most of that is actually inflation adjustments within Medicare. Medicare went up about 16% in spending. Most of that is actually driven by inflation calcs. But did anyone pay attention to the receipts? If you look into the tables in depth, there's a pretty substantial fall in capital gains. There's a 10% fall in tax receipts. They're not revenues, they're tax receipts. I know we wrote revenues on the board, but they're receipts is the proper term. So here's first 7 months of this fiscal year. We have an 11% increase in the spending of entitlements and a 10% decrease in our receipts, our revenues. And what's fascinating is some of the economists are saying that fall in receipts is going to continue because most of it's in the capital gains category. And if you've had a big inflationary cycle, we've seen this before in the United States, during times of inflation, when most of the capital gains you have is fake. The value of your asset didn't go up. It just got more expensive, but your transfer asset, so you have a building, oh wow, it's worth a lot more money today, and you're going to go buy the exact same building. Did your building do something special? Did it really go up in value, or was it just inflation? We're going to tax people like crazy on inflation. Now, some things we're starting to index. We don't do it on capital gains. The other fragility we need to deal with, I have a chart. I did not bring it tonight because I figured I had enough of them. Go to your annual CBO scoring, and within there, there's a table that basically says if you had a two-point increase in the financing of U.S. sovereign debt, so a 2% increase over, I think the number was like 25, 28 years, from the previous decade, at the end of that 25, 28 years, every single dime of receipts goes to pay interest. There's no more money for anything. A 2% increase in the baseline interest cost over the next 3 decades consumes every dime of projected tax receipts. That's the world we live in. How many people come behind these mics and tell the truth about the math? So let's take a look at what we've just experienced so far in the first 7 months. You do understand just in the role we have right now. Here's our new issues and the portion that's been rolled of the refinance of U.S. sovereigns so far in the first 7 months, our interest costs are already up 40%. So the first 7 months carrying costs will be over $100 billion more just because of interest. And you don't think debt markets, even if we raise the debt ceiling, aren't going to look and say, wow, you guys are borrowing $51,000 every second. In 9 years, we're scheduled to borrow over $90,000 a second. You don't think debt markets are going to start requiring a premium? There's some great literature today. I actually think one was in the Wall Street Journal, I think yesterday or maybe over the weekend, talking about long-run interest rates look like they're setting new baselines. Be prepared for a future where dramatically more of our spending is this. It's just the financing cost. Revenues. Budget surpluses, including adjustments, timing effects, federal outlays, You're basically, our spending is up $274 billion. This is in the functionally from the baseline, the end of the 2022. So we're functionally, do April to April. Much of my baseline cost there is up 73%. And look, this board may explain it better. Year-to-date deficits. There were discussions at the end of last fiscal year that the 2023 fiscal year could be 1.4 to $1.5 trillion borrow. A couple people were predicting, hey, when you kick in inflation, it might get to 1.6. Right now, that board from April, if you take that and line that out to the end of the fiscal year, you're going to get close. You may not cross it. You're going to get close to a $2 trillion borrow this year. So think about some of the things we're fussing at each other out, and yet the wheels are coming off immediately around us. How many people are paying attention to what's coming into Treasury right now and going out of the Treasury? Does anyone care? Are we so, basically intense on, I got to push money out the door to get my votes because that's how I buy my election? You got to understand how fast the numbers are falling from us. Year-to-date deficits look like they'll be 236% more from the baseline of 2022. Here's the chart I ran ahead of, but sort of working out the math. If I continue what happened in the April receipts and my April spending, if you carry it out, you're getting close to $2 trillion borrowed this year. And I've been wanting to do a bit of this. Government spending binges, not tax reform, has been the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt to GDP. So there's a concept out there. And for anyone, it geeks out on this stuff. If you have any idiot who basically says, it's tax reform. Okay, look at the long range. Since the 16th Amendment, and you start to look at what sort of the modern tax era after World War II, when we've had very high marginal tax rates, very low marginal tax rates, combinations where we raise corporate taxes, lowered income, all the combinations out there, we almost always get within a band of about 18 to 19.8% revenue receipts to the size of the economy. It's a magic number, but we have these charts when we've had these high marginal rates, low marginal rates, and for some reason, the tax receipts that come in stay within that band. If you want more money, grow the economy. That seems to be the only way you get more tax receipts in the long run. You get a spike and then boom, it goes back to that mean. And look, that comes from liberal economists, conservative economists. There just seems to be this nature that the economy comes back to this is what the society, the nature of our economy is willing to send in federal tax receipts. But here's part of the crisis coming. Just this decade, and remember, this board is already a year or so out of date. In functionally 9 budget years, our spending will be over 24% of the size of the economy. 24.3, and actually I think that number may be light because this board's about a year old. But we're projecting our tax receipts to come in, and I should explain this, about a little over 18%. When you start talking these big numbers, particularly in a time of inflation, the dollar amount is often distorted. So, and really, as economists, if you're talking with them, they're going to do percentage of the GDP, of the economy. And the reason you do that, you can have high inflation, low inflation, that percentage makes more sense. What happens in a world, just like this board says, this is what we're projected to do in 9 years, our spending will be 24.3% of the entire economy will be being spent by the federal government, but we're only going to be taking in 18.2. And you already have the other boards that talk about, well, you can raise taxes, but the amount of receipts you're going to get are going to fall back into this mean. That delta, that gap, is what will take down this republic if you carry that out for another 20, 30 years. So, now for the most uncomfortable board I'm going to show tonight, and this one, it's not Democrats, it's not Republicans, it's demographics. It's what we are. So, if I were to walk around the Capitol and knock on everyone's door, from the most liberal member to the most conservative to the most libertarian to rural urban, and said, for the next 30 years, what is the primary driver of U.S. debt? How many of you would look you in the eye? Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
House will come to order.
Mr.
Members
Speaker,
are
if I were to
reminded
do
to
that,
take
walk
their-
around the House and ask people, how many would look you in the eye and say the debt for the next 30 years, 100% of the borrowing? So our new calculation is about 128 trillion over the next 30 years, 100% of that borrowing. 75% of it's Medicare, 25% is if we backfill Social Security. The rest of the budget actually has a positive balance. This board upsets people because how many of us are willing to get in front of our community town hall and say, look, if we don't have a revolution in healthcare costs, we get consumed. And understand, when you start talking about the total numbers here, you're talking about approaching 200% of debt to GDP. How many of you think the world continues to want to buy U.S. bonds? We're not Japan. We don't save every other dollar we earn. We can't internally finance our own debt when we get to those levels, but that's what's coming. And it's not Democrats, it's not Republicans, it's demographics. We got old. There are solutions here. There was a solution we could have come that was moral to try to save Social Security, but as I started with, Democrats decided it was a better campaign issue than a morality issue. So fine, let's be a country that's heading towards doubling poverty for seniors, because that's the plan right now, is we're not going to talk about it. But you can't make this go away. And this number, as healthcare inflation continues to be more than double baseline inflation, this number is running away from us. So could we maybe have an attempt to have an honest sit down with the most liberal members, the most conservative members, and saying, do you know 33% of all U.S. healthcare spending is diabetes? Would we be willing to have an honest conversation about obesity in America and how we now have 6 states that over 40% of the population now is obese and it's killing young people? The heart disease, the other cascaded diseases. 5% of the population is over 50% of all healthcare spending. Do we love and care for people? Why don't we understand the morality of helping, doing the right thing, and building a bunch of clinics to help people manage their misery is not a solution. Curing the damn disease is. And there's ways to do it. We're doing a math project right now with some of the joint economic economists, trying to say, what would happen if I took my Medicare, Medicaid, Indian Health Services, my VA populations, took those who are morbidly obese and said, we're going to give you GLP-1s? We got to talk about it. It's real. There was a time in this place it was uncomfortable to talk about smoking. There was a time they actually smoked here. And within 3 decades, we had a cultural revolution of sorts that's much healthier. And it saves lives and extended lives up until the last couple years now where we see U.S. mortality going the wrong way. This number is burying us. It's not Democrat, it's not Republican, it's demographics. But the solution is also doesn't need to be Democrat or Republican, it's moral. It's just hard to talk about because it doesn't fit our typical rhetoric. And you'll get people say, well, I just want every dime I put into Social Security and Medicare. All right, great, that'd be a great deal. Do understand the average couple in America, and this board is about a year out of date, will have put in about $625,000 over a lifetime into Social Security. They're going to get back $698,000. That's about a $72,000 spiff. You would have done much better if you'd been allowed to put a small portion of that in the markets. You'd done much better. You know, we all have our TSP here, our thrift savings account. Could you imagine if Americans had been just a portion of their Social Security into that? But do you remember the wars around here 20 years ago? You're talking about privatizing Social Security, so you made America poor. Great, but you won the politics. But America's much poorer today. Great, good job. But here is the primary driver. Here's the punchline. This is the primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt, and almost no one's willing to talk about it. That average couple will have put in about $161,000 into the Medicare tax the Medicare Trust Fund. And Medicare Trust Fund, as everyone here knows, only covers about 40% of Medicare spend. The rest comes out of the general fund. You put in 161, you get out 522,000, and we're recalculating this number. We think this number may have now jumped all the way close to $600,000. So that delta from this 522, from you putting in 161, multiply that by just the baby boom population of, 67 million, you just found where most of the debt for the next 30 years comes from. It's not that hard. A couple batteries and a calculator, you'd be amazed what you can figure out. And then the brain trust out there, sorry, can I take that back? So many people have been misled for so long with complete folklore about the debt. So I have this one woman in the Phoenix area that literally every other day, if we just got rid of your salaries and your pension, we could balance the budget. And I always say we're probably already overpaid for what we do, or at least what we accomplish. But you see the little sliver here? I tried to build a calendar. What would happen on a calendar if I could say, here's my days of borrowing? Remember, we're borrowing $51,000 a second. So if you got rid of all of Congress's salaries and pensions, it's about 18 to 19 minutes of borrowing for an entire year. That's all it is. You can get rid of every dime of foreign aid. It's about 12 days of borrowing. We need to stop misleading the public. I have things on here where if you double the corporate tax, where you get about 6 weeks of borrowing covered. The scale that is here today and the scale in a decade is almost double. Do we understand the scale that's coming? And it's demographics. We got old. It's just really hard to stand in front of an audience and say that. But it's math. And look, I can belabor this, but I have some of the charts that walk through, the two, and I'm going to do another presentation when we get back on the 2017 tax reform of here's what it's scored to have cost, and here's what we found in additional receipts and revenues. But even if you do the baseline scoring from a few years ago, it's just a fraction compared to even when the Inflation Reduction Act, the green spending in there is now being scored by Goldman Sachs and those to be $1.2 trillion. And the reconciliation on tax reform was what, 1.6? Do you start to understand the scales? We make up numbers around here. And you start to look at the 2017, you see the little green slice here? That's using the baseline score of $2.74 trillion without the offsetting dynamic score added to it. And that's just saying, hey, if my brothers and sisters on the left want to say, it was the tax reform, huh? You do understand just the green energy grants, giveaways, credits, whatever the pop culture term is, it's functionally half of everything that was in the tax reform if you use the base score without the dynamic effects. So back to demographics. Into the decade. How many of us have all used this chart? It basically says 1960 we had 5.1 workers for everyone that was 65 and older, basically receiving Social Security benefits. Into the decade, you functionally have 2 workers. So you and your partner have your own retiree. Anyone seeing the math problem? And there's something called a dependency ratio. And this one's really fascinating because if you want to even think globally, the United States is actually, we're in tough shape. We're much better off than much of the rest of the world. Let's take the world's 3 biggest economies. And I only put this one on because it interests me. You see this line here? This is the dependency ratio is worker compared to those out of the economy, right? Do you see this line crashing down? That's China. China is about to just roll over. The numbers, there's never been a society, a major society, anything like this. It is going to be fascinating over the next couple decades, what happens? There is an economic argument that many of the bad acts that you and I see that China engages in, or the investments or those things, is they're desperate to build annuities because their available worker population is crashing. And if even more interesting, do you know that youth unemployment in China is almost 20%? Because they're graduating universities, they don't want factory jobs, they want white-collar jobs. We should really understand what's going on with those we consider our competitors. But the United States, we start to roll over here. It's upon us. This is our future. We need to not be scared of the things that bring disruption but productivity to our society. If you are scared of AI, okay, maybe read an article or two about it, but understand the potential productivity that brings to society. Get used to the concept that you go to your favorite fast food place and there's a robot behind there flipping the burgers. We don't have the available populations. And importing poverty doesn't work because the way we do entitlements in the United States, the offset cost doesn't work. And remember, if I ask the room, what's U.S. fertility this last year? We're down to 1.7, and that's actually a tick back up from the pandemic. So you remember how many people thought during the pandemic we were going to have this baby boom? Just the opposite happened. We're at 1.7 fertility rate. You need what, 2.1 just to stabilize population? Understand, today forward, the school districts in your neighborhood will have fewer children. Are you prepared to understand that's our future? Remember the data point before. In 18 years, more deaths than births in the United States. Now sit down and fix Social Security with me, and you understand the problem, the math. And this chart makes people upset, and it's math. If you take prime age populations, 25 to 64, functionally in, what's interesting, let's see, and that looks like it's about 8 years. So functionally the end of the retirement of baby boomers hitting 65. This chart basically says if you take the prime age working population, 25 to 64, 40% of our society will be over the 64, they'll be 65 and up. There's a chart that basically says in a decade or so, if you do from birth to the top end of the age scale, about 22% of the population in total will be 65 over. If you do prime age, it's 40%. Is that Republican or Democrat? It's demographics. How much time do we spend around here talking about that? One or two more boards, Mr. Speaker, and we are done. Yes, I'm waiting for applause on that. Medium age of first marriage. Now, why would you put up medium age of first marriage? Remember how we just talked about fertility rates, we're getting old as a society, more deaths than births? We actually have some really interesting things going on in society. And no one here really seems comfortable to talk about it because you get attacked. But there's something wrong going on in society. We have some charts I did not bring today that talk about the number of males, females entering university life. And we have some major universities where males are graduating, not exactly, but almost half as much. Okay, do you understand what that basically means, the marriageability gap and those things? There's something horribly wrong in our society. Mr. Speaker, House is not in order.
And members are reminded to take your conversation outside. The House will be in order.
This is basically, we need to have a conversation about it. It's not Republican or Democrat. It's going on around us. We may not be able to change it, but we need to understand what it means. Mr. Speaker, may I ask for how many minutes I have left? Mr. Speaker, may I inquire into how many minutes are left?
I apologize. You have 14 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My last board, and then I intend to yield to my friend. Deaths by 20, well, look, this is the chart I was going to end with. Remember how we've been talking about what's happening when we start to have more deaths than births? Understand that 18-year number, it doesn't just stop there. You basically have a society, as you get into 2041, 2043, we continue to fall more and more. We will have a population decline in the United States. Understand the responsibility for someone like myself on Ways and Means, the responsibility of all of us here. We have promises to keep. We made promises about Medicare. We made promises about Social Security. If you understand the demographics that are ahead of us, you understand the difficulty. And it's why so many of the proposals of, if we just raise this tax, and when we finally get the actual scoring on it, it doesn't actually work. Doesn't stop us from hearing it quoted all the time, but when you actually read the actuary reports, the math doesn't work. This is us. This is our country. It is continuing. It doesn't have to be dystopian. I come back. What's the single biggest thing you could do that's both moral and incredibly great economics and a major bend on the debt? All of us get together and decide we are going to take on diabetes. We're going to have an honest conversation of disrupting obesity. We're going to maybe look into, should GLP-1s be available? Should we actually take on some issues within the Farm Bill, which is always so difficult to talk about, of helping our brothers and sisters manage? Because there's some amazing math out there that says if you look at much of urban income inequality, is it racism? Is it education? You actually dig into the data sets, it's health. The number of our brothers and sisters who are sick are taking care of grandma because she's gone blind because of diabetes. Is that Republican or Democrat to be willing to dive into an issue like that? I will argue it's just moral. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Schweiker. Could I borrow your
Gentleman,
time?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I yield my time to the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Schweikert. I was watching you in the office, and you knew I had a speech that I wanted to speak on. Some of the exact same things that you've talked about, and they're boring, they're uncomfortable, but they are necessary conversations that the country has got to have, just like families have to have these conversations when things maybe aren't going so right. And so, Mr. Speaker, I rise today just to speak briefly about our national debt. National debt, as it's called, it's the sum of our country's annual deficits over the course of time. Last year's deficit plus the year before's deficit plus interest and so on have accumulated over $30 trillion today. It's a staggering number that exceeds the GDP of our country. If you simply put a 4% interest factor on that number, it is $1.2 trillion a year in interest alone. Now, how did we get into this current situation? I'm going to give you a couple of dates, Mr. Speaker, a couple of numbers. On December the 29th of 2022, the day President Biden signed the 4,000-page omnibus bill increasing spending into law, the daily Treasury statement showed that our country, the United States of America, was at 99.8% of the statutory debt limit. I want to say that again, Mr. Speaker. 99.8% of the statutory debt limit the day that President Biden signed the omnibus bill, December the 29th of 2022. Any responsible person, Mr. Speaker, would have addressed the debt limit before signing an omnibus bill to increase spending. So let's just remember that omnibus bill. Talk about it for just a second. It was drafted without the input of House Republicans. Not a single House Republican voted for the bill. It was crafted by Speaker Pelosi, Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, President Joe Biden, and unfortunately, Some Senate Republicans supported it as well. Now, with President Biden, I want you to know, I was 3 years old when President Biden was first elected to public office. Together, all combined, President Biden, Speaker Pelosi, Leader Schumer, they have over 100 years of combined time in Washington, D.C. 100 years of combined time in Washington, D.C. Don't you think they discussed that we were at 99.8% of the national debt limit when they passed the omnibus bill? Don't you think they discussed that they could have put one sentence in the omnibus bill? A sentence that simply read, the statutory debt limit of the United States is increased by the amount of funds necessary to fund the omnibus bill. One sentence in 4,000 pages, 130 years of combined political, 117 years, I apologize, combined years of political experience. One sentence and we would not be having the debt limit discussions that we're having today. I promise you they discussed it. They made a conscious decision not to include the debt limit in the omnibus bill because they wanted to create the very situation that we're in right now. A conscious decision to force the country to the edge of default so they could blame House Republicans for the mess they created. Over the past 28 months, and that's since President Biden was signed into office, Democrats spent over $3 trillion without a single Republican vote. $3 trillion in pieces of legislation that they call the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act without a single Republican vote. This is outside of and in addition to the normal appropriation process, and they did this under the guise of reducing inflation and rescuing America. Where are we after one-party rule and severe government overspending? The debt today, the debt on December the 29th, $31,326 billion. The day that President Biden signed the omnibus bill, that's what it was. The day he was sworn into office, it was $27,751 billion. Are you $3.5 trillion better off than you were 2 years ago, America? $3.5 trillion? On April 26, House Republicans passed the Limit, Save, Grow Act, a bill that would prevent default and rein in spending, and sent it to the Senate. The Senate has done nothing, and on April 27th, President Biden reiterated that he still would not negotiate with House Republicans. Now finally, less than 10 days prior to the estimated exit date of a default, President Biden has agreed to negotiate. Mr. Speaker, we have a spending problem that's led to a deficit problem that's led to a debt problem. But make no mistake about it, the current crisis that we are facing with regard to the exit date on the debt limit is a political crisis created intentionally by people that had over 100 years of political experience and knew exactly what they were doing when they intentionally omitted the language from the omnibus bill that would have increased the debt limit to get us out of the current situation that we're in. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th of 2023, the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the House for the last time as a member of this esteemed body. It has been the honor of my life to represent the people of the 1st Congressional District of Rhode Island in Congress. At the end of this month, I will be stepping down from this position to become the President and CEO of the Rhode Island Foundation, one of the nation's oldest and largest community foundations. I'm excited to begin this extraordinary opportunity to build upon the work that I've been leading in Congress and to continue to make a meaningful impact on the lives of Rhode Islanders. I would not be standing here today if not for the people of Rhode Island who placed their faith and trust in me to represent them in Congress. Every day over the past 12 years, I put my heart and soul into the work we do here to improve the lives of every Rhode Islander and to protect our great democracy. I want to thank my current and former staff, especially my long-time Chief of Staff, Peter Karafotis, and my District Director, Christopher Bazzacco. I cannot thank you and the rest of our staff enough for all your hard work and dedication over the years. I'm particularly grateful for two people who have worked for me for more than 2 decades, Rita Murphy and Roger Suchite. I've been blessed with the most committed, passionate, and talented staff on the Hill, who have established a reputation for our office of excellence and effectiveness. You allowed me to take the lead on many more things than anyone thought possible. Every day you showed up and gave it your all to help the people of Rhode Island, even when your own personal safety was at risk. I am so proud of everything we have accomplished together, and I know that everyone on my staff will go on to do bigger and better things. And to my friends and colleagues, it has been an incredible honor to work with you day in and day out to address the challenges facing our country. It's been a special honor to serve alongside my colleagues in the Rhode Island delegation, Senators Jack Reed and Sheldon Whitehouse, Congressman Jim Langevin and Seth Magaziner. While our delegation may be small, we never let that stop us from delivering big for our state. Your collaboration and friendship have meant the world to me. One of the hardest parts of leaving this job is leaving behind so many dear, dear friends. Hakeem, Joe, Terry, Jamie, Pramila, Robin, Frederica, Bill, Mark, Lucy, Veronica, Maxine, Melanie, Eric, Deborah, Grace, and the list goes on and on. We've been through so much together over the years, and I will always cherish our friendship. I know that we will continue to stay close even after I leave Washington. Let me say a special word about two colleagues, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi and Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro. I first came to know Speaker Pelosi while serving as mayor of Providence. I will forever remain in awe of her genius and her extraordinary leadership and all the kindness she has shown me over the years. She has been a powerful ally in all of my biggest priorities during my time in Congress. Thank you, Speaker Pelosi, for the honor of serving as an impeachment manager to defend our democracy. And to Rosa DeLauro, you have been my most important mentor, my friend, and my inspiration. You have set a standard for all of us of hard work and deep commitment on every important issue facing our country. At every single moment I have turned to you for advice or support or help of any kind, you have been there. You have been like a sister to me, and our friendship will endure forever. In fact, the only time you've ever been wrong is your claim that New Haven pizza is better than pizza in Providence. I was first elected to Congress in 2010 as one of only 9 new Democrats in the House. We modestly called ourselves the Noble Nine. We were one of the smallest freshman classes ever. The country and Rhode Island were just starting to recover from the Great Recession, and Democrats had lost the majority by 60 seats. Let's just say it wasn't the easiest time to be a freshman Democratic member of Congress. Like most Americans, I was convinced that this place was completely broken, but I was determined to try to change that. I came to Washington with my eyes wide open. I knew there were members of Congress who were only interested in being combative and making headlines, but then I realized there were some members who were interested in working together to get things done for the country. Don't get me wrong, at times it can be incredibly frustrating and even disheartening to work with people who may agree with you on one issue, but completely disagree with you on everything else, including how you live your own life. However, I think it's important for the American people to know that there are a lot of people in Congress who put their country over party and work hard every day to improve the lives of their constituents and all Americans. My first years in Washington, I immersed myself in my committee assignments, the Small Business, Budget, and Foreign Affairs Committee. I focused on trying to bring back American manufacturing jobs and help Rhode Island get back on its feet after the recession. In 2014, I left the Budget Committee and moved over to the House Committee on the Judiciary to try to tackle some of the most pressing issues facing our country, including immigration, gun safety, LGBTQ+ equality, and campaign finance and criminal justice reform. During the committee organizing meeting in 2016, Chairman Nadler convinced me to take the ranking member spot on the House Antitrust Subcommittee, which at the time, to be honest, wasn't exactly the first choice for most committee members. Chairman Nadler gave me great advice. He told me that sometimes you should take an assignment to stretch your mind and learn something new. And I took that to heart. From that moment forward, I learned all I could about antitrust, and I quickly realized just how important antitrust policies were in promoting competition and innovation to protect workers, small business, and our economy by providing consumers with more choices. As ranking member, I developed a great working relationship with Chairman Sensenbrenner. Over dinner, we would discuss our work on the subcommittee and, more importantly, got to know each other better outside the Capitol and without the partisan noise. It showed me that Washington wasn't completely broken and that you could get things done by developing productive working relationships and even friendships with colleagues on the other side of the aisle. In 2016, I was elected by my colleagues to serve in House Democratic leadership as co-chair of the Democratic Policy and Communications Committee, which was responsible for developing the long-term messaging for House Democrats. Working alongside now Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and former member Sherry Bustos, we developed the For the People agenda that helped bring Democrats back into the majority in 2018. It was during that time that I developed a real friendship and deep respect for the remarkable talent of Hakeem Jeffries, who I know will be the next Speaker of the House. Even though I was responsible for the Democratic messaging in the House, I stayed committed to finding Republican colleagues that I could work with to get things done for the American people. And that's what I did on some of the biggest issues facing our country, from protecting our democracy to gun safety to LGBTQ+ equality and antitrust reform. I developed strong working relationships and friendships with some of my Republican colleagues, including Ken Buck and Brian Fitzpatrick, as we found common ground on important issues. Even when we didn't see eye to eye on other policies and priorities, I respected their commitment and dedication to public service. As chair of the Antitrust Subcommittee, I expanded on the bipartisan work of Jim Sensenbrenner and I, and started by launching a 16-month bipartisan investigation into the digital marketplace. In partnership with Ranking Member Buck, we examined big tech's anti-competitive practices, documenting them in a 450-page report that informed our bipartisan 6-bill package to rein in big tech and finally modernize our antitrust laws. For decades, our government failed to enforce antitrust laws on the burgeoning tech industry for fear of stifling innovation, which led directly to the problems we see in the industry today. I'm proud that some of our measures became law last Congress, reviving antitrust law and drawing important attention to these issues. I'm especially thankful for the friendship and dedication Ken Buck brought to this effort at great political cost to him. And of course, none of this would have been possible without the extraordinary work of my chief counsel, Slade Bond. While Democrats held the majority, I also tried to end discrimination against LGBTQ+ Americans through the Equality Act. This bipartisan bill, which would end discrimination against LGBTQ+ Americans in employment, housing, credit, education, and public accommodations, is the most extensive civil rights legislation to pass the House since the 1964 Civil Rights Act. It passed out of the House in large part because of the extraordinary leadership of our Speaker, Speaker Pelosi, twice with bipartisan support, and it's only a matter of time before it becomes law, especially with my dear friend Mark Takano now leading the effort. I will be forever grateful also for the early and really critical support of the late John Lewis in this effort. On the Foreign Affairs Committee, I have had the privilege of working with my great chairman, Gregory Meeks, and I've worked with Republicans, including Mike McCall, Joe Wilson, and Ann Wagner, to advance American national security interests abroad and promote diplomacy throughout the world. While some of these colleagues, I established the House Diplomacy Caucus in the wake of attacks on U.S. diplomats in Ukraine following the first impeachment. I also led numerous efforts to promote international human rights. Last Congress, we passed the Global Respect Act in the House to prevent individuals who commit gross human rights violations against LGBTQ+ people from entering the United States. And in January, President Biden signed the Justice for Victims of War Crimes Act into law, legislation I authored with Republican Congresswoman Victoria Spartz and with a bipartisan group of senators. On the Judiciary Committee, I was able to continue the work I started on gun violence prevention as mayor of Providence and as a founding member of Mayors Against Illegal Guns. Following the Pulse nightclub shooting in the summer of 2016, I worked with the late John Lewis, now Minority Whip Catherine Clark, Congresswoman Robin Kelly, and Congressman John Larson to organize the first ever sit-in on the House floor to demand that the Republican majority take action to address gun violence in this country. Over the past 12 years, I've sponsored numerous gun safety bills to ban assault weapons, outlaw ghost guns, close the fire sale loophole, ban bump stocks, prevent people convicting of violent hate crimes from owning a gun, improving the background check system, and to create an active shooter alert system. Once again, I was able to find colleagues on the other side of the aisle to work on some of these bills, including the assault weapons ban and the active shooter alert. Last summer, we passed legislation to reinstate the assault weapons ban with bipartisan votes in the House for the first time in 30 years. even during the most difficult times, like January 6th, 2 impeachments, and a global pandemic, I've never lost faith in the resiliency and strength of our democracy. It's not always pretty or easy, but we've always come out stronger on the other side because of the powerful heroes of democracy who serve in this place and fight to preserve it every day. I still believe in our democracy and the ability of Congress to tackle big challenges and improve the lives of all Americans. We did that with the American Rescue Plan, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the Respect for Marriage Act, and the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. I leave this body knowing that I left it all on the field and did everything I could to keep Americans safe from gun violence, to end legal discrimination against LGBTQ+ Americans, and to shine a bright light on the antitrust issues posed by big tech. Every day I woke up and came to work with the goal of improving the lives of Rhode Islanders and all Americans. That is what has motivated me every day for the last 28 years in public office, and I've done my very best to deliver on that promise. While I may be leaving Congress, I will never stop fighting for what I believe in, and I will always be proud of the work we have done together. I've taken this final opportunity to speak on the floor of this historic institution to highlight some of what we've been able to achieve over the past 12 years when we let understanding, integrity, and the willingness to find common ground take the lead in our work. I come from a state whose motto is hope. And as I leave Congress, I want to leave with this parting word, hope. Hope for our democracy and for this institution. For centuries, the United States has been the hope of the world. We are the nation where freedom, equality, opportunity for all, and unity have made us a beacon of hope in some of the darkest times in human history. For generations, men and women have fought to preserve our way of life, and many have given their blood, sweat, and even their lives for it. Yet today, there are forces working to undermine our democratic institutions and our shared values. This institution has the sacred responsibility to honor the sacrifices made by so many in the work we do every day, in the way we treat one another as colleagues, and in our commitment to let truth, not fear, reason, not extremism, and respect for all, not division, lead our every effort. Our unity as a nation and the ability of our democracy to withstand the test of time depends on the resolve of this institution, those who serve in its halls, and the people whose votes are their voice in this government to keep that hope alive. And so with that, I once again extend my deepest gratitude to the people of Rhode Island for giving me the greatest honor of my life, the opportunity to represent you for the past 12 years here in the Congress of the United States. May God bless you and protect you. May the spirit of hope forever endure in this institution and the people who serve it. And may God bless the United States of America. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the final time in this chamber. I yield to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, is recognized as the designee of the Minority Leader for the remainder of the hour.
Thank you. There are a number of members who have come to express their gratitude to Congressman Cicilline, and at this time I yield to the Speaker Emeritus, Speaker Pelosi.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and thank you for bringing us together so that we can pay our respects and gratitude to the great congressman from Rhode Island, your colleague from Rhode Island, David Cicilline. On a personal note, just listening to his comments there, he and Congresswoman DeLauro have a competition about pizza. They don't know that most people come to San Francisco to learn how to make pizza. I say that in sharing our the pride we take in our Italian-American heritage and the knowledge that we have about food. In any event, Mr. Cicilline, thank you for your great leadership in this Congress. You have been a champion on policy issues. You spelled them out there. I'll never forget the day that you joined John Lewis and Catherine Clark and John Larson and others to have a sit-in on the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, they did not tell us that they were doing this because as leadership, they would have said, we would have said, you're not allowed to do that. I mean, they could anticipate that I might say that. So they just protected the leadership from that, having to make that statement, and launched their sit-in on the floor of the House. It was very successful because, by coincidence, we had planned a rally about gun violence prevention, and they were having a sit-in on gun violence prevention on the floor of the House. The whole world found out about it because Mr. Takano spread the word through his telephone, even though the Republicans turned out the lights in the House so nobody could see what was going on here. He spread the word through his telephone, and, well, actually, it became a sit-in heard round the world. Thank you, Mr. Takano. Thank you, John Lewis, darling, and thank you, Mr. Cicilline. But you heard him talk about the issues, the knowledge he has about them, the judgment he has about prioritizing, and the legislative strategic thinking of trying in the most possible way to be bipartisan and to be transparent and to be accountable. Representative is the job title Mr. Cicilline has. It's his title and it's his job description for representing the people of Rhode Island. He loves his district, he loves his state, he loves his country. And that representative coming to the floor and speaking for those people, every time he did so with great pride. So again, he is a man of many issues and many talents. He also has many ethnicities. When I came, I thought, when he came, I thought, oh, good, we have more Italian Americans in the Congress. And I would see him at the Italian American. When I would go to Jewish events, he'd be there as a Jewish member of Congress. And of course, there was the LGBTQ community, so he was a man for all seasons, all ethnicities, all orientations, and that made him a very great representative for our entire country across the board. There are many members here who want have time to have to sing the praises of this great man. I have a million stories I could tell about how, in his role as head of our communication, a leader in our communication, DPCC, he made our message more effective, how he gave guidance to members, how he mentored others after they came here. I give him some points for having been the mayor of Providence, because when you're mayor, you're a manager. You have to get things done, and he brought that administrative skill to a legislative job, and we all benefited from it. So I thank Mr. Magaziner for yielding some time. I know, as I say, we all have a lot to say about David Cicilline, and we will take other opportunities to do so. But for tonight, not only thank you for your leadership, Mr. Cicilline, for your leadership in this body and the rest, for the beautiful presentation you made about our country this evening, your patriotism, your service, your call to duty, and your being so effective in doing all of the above. Thank you, Mr. Cicilline. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Speaker. At this time, if she would like, I will yield to Ms. DeLauro. Wherever you want.
This really is a bittersweet moment, and I'm so honored to have the opportunity to be here tonight with colleagues, with the Speaker Emerita, to say a few words to honor our colleague, a dear friend, Congressman David Cicilline. He embarks on a new challenge, President and CEO of the Rhode Island Foundation, one of the largest and the oldest community foundations in the nation. But it's just more than pizza, which separates Congressman Cicilline and myself. There really are more Italians in Connecticut than there are in Rhode Island. I know about San Francisco, but it's Connecticut and Rhode Island, and we go back and forth here. Our numbers in Connecticut are larger than your numbers any day of the year. So, and you know, Congress is a wonderful, really institution and a place to be, and it really has to do with the people that you serve with. And, you know, you make a lot of acquaintances in the House of Representatives, but you can count your friends probably on one hand, maybe two. And David Cicilline has been my friend. And that's the friendship that occurs in the good times and in the bad times, in those up moments and the down moments, when you know that someone always has your back and is there for you no matter what. And David Cicilline has always been there for me no matter what. We had a bond from the moment he arrived in the Congress. I kept saying Cicciolini, and he said Cicilline. It was the Italian simpatico, a brother and a sister. My privilege to serve with David since he joined more than a decade ago, 12 years ago. He has distinguished himself as a fighter for Rhode Island, a champion for working middle-class families everywhere. He doesn't shy away from a fight, and he knows how to get things done. A trailblazer for LGBTQ rights, the first openly gay mayor of a major U.S. city, and here in the Congress, a leading voice on human rights, civil rights, marriage equality, gun safety, antitrust, bringing back manufacturing jobs, and so much more, taking on the tech industry. His passion, his commitment to these causes made him one of the most effective legislators in the House. He spoke himself about his fight to prevent gun violence, which is at his core. Founding member of the Bipartisan Coalition, Mayors Against Illegal Guns, led the sit-in on the House floor in 2016 with the iconic John Lewis, Democratic Whip Catherine Clark, my colleague from Connecticut, John Larson. And we did sit in the well here. And the Speaker Emerita was right. We didn't tell the leadership because they would have said no. But we were convinced that we had to do it and to be here. And that was to protest inaction on gun violence. And like John Lewis, he's not afraid to get into good trouble when fighting for what is right. He responded to the ongoing epidemic of gun violence in this country by authoring the assault weapons ban when I was there when people told him not to do it. They said, don't do it. He said, I am going to do it. And that passed in the House last July. Not an easy vote for some, but he knew that it was the right thing to do, and he fought like hell to make it happen. Tireless champion in the fight for justice and equality, fought to enact the Equality Act, the conscience of the House on this issue, led the bipartisan passage for the Respect for Marriage Act, federally recognizing same-sex and interracial marriage, which President Biden signed into law last August. Monumental achievement in advancing civil rights. He's been there next to me. We have fought together on so many issues for women and families. Protecting the right to choose, push for pay equity, passing the Paycheck Fairness Act, passing a child tax credit, passionate and eloquent voice standing up for middle class and working families across the board, and a dedicated ally to do the work and be there with you in the trenches, not afraid to be in the trenches. You know, David Cicilline may be leaving the House of Representatives, but his work continues, his legacy continues. I am so sad, really, to see him go. I am proud that he will now have an opportunity to build, to expand on so many issues, the work that he did here in the Congress, and further improve the lives of all Rhode Islanders. I know he will continue to be a fearless advocate for the people of Rhode Island and for the causes he believes in and the causes he believes are right. David Cicilline knows why he became a member of the Congress. He understands the power of this institution, its ability to transform people's lives. He didn't come like some these days to dismantle the institution, but to push the edge of that envelope, which could help to make a difference for the people in this country. We will wish you, my brother. What an honor it has been for me to serve with you. And more importantly, what a pleasure it has been for me to call you my friend and my brother. And next time I'm in Providence, and I hope that will be soon, we can get a drink at Clementine's Cocktail Bar and plan some good trouble together. God bless you, my dear and wonderful friend. Without doubt, I will miss you. Thank you, and I would thank Mr. Magaziner for recognizing.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, how much time do we have remaining?
Gentleman has 33 minutes.
Sorry?
33 minutes.
Okay. At this time, I'll yield to Mr. Takano.
Thank you, Mr. Magaziner, for yielding. It is a great honor for me to follow the Speaker Emerita and Ms. DeLauro in offering my words of farewell, my words of wishing that he weren't leaving, to my good friend David Cicilline of Rhode Island. And I thank Mr. Pocan for allowing me to go first. It was very gracious to allow me this honor to be to follow two such great members who felt compelled to come to the floor to make sure that our friend David Cicilline knew how well he is thought of, what regard that we hold him, what esteem we hold him in. I wish I could recount, or I don't really wish, but to recount everything and to touch upon all that David has brought forward into this institution, the ideas that he has carried through his legislation, could really fill up this whole hour. And that would be unfair to the other members who also wish to come and bid him an honorable farewell. But let me focus on just a few things. One, it was a great honor to be on this floor the day after the Pulse nightclub shootings, and to see David, along with the iconic John Lewis and Catherine Clark, take action to not just be frustrated, but to get into some good trouble. And it was my in the moment sort of thinking that this needed to be amplified, this moment needed to be amplified. And so I took out my cell phone and started to stream the events when all the television cameras were turned off, the lights were turned out, and it was an entire night of all of the members of the Democratic caucus expressing their frustration at not doing more than thoughts and prayers. And you know, it happened that the Pulse nightclub shootings touched the LGBTQ community, which David and I are members of. And I watched with great admiration at how David made sure to work with the Congressional Black Caucus to touch that sacred 1964 Civil Rights Act, and to work with them to craft a bill that would add the words gender identity and sexual orientation to that sacred document, which protects so many classes of people in America and in the United States, and for which we still need to accomplish this act. And David, I am honored and touched that you will entrust the Equality Act in my hands to get it across the line, and you can be sure that you will be on the invitation list in the front row when the President of the United States signs that bill into law. And let me say, as a final sort of reflection, former Speaker Pelosi has always talked about this being the greatest intellectual resource. The members, that is, the members of this Congress are a huge intellectual resource. Let me say that no more is that exemplified than in the hearings that David Cicilline held on antitrust. Antitrust is a complicated, dense topic. He spent months, actually years, pouring through the academic research and the views of law professors to understand antitrust law in our country. And he brought forward as witnesses, the heads of Facebook and Google, and contended with great economic forces in our country, but, all in the service of making sure that average Americans have a chance at privacy, have a chance for competition, and that not all the resources will get sucked up, and not all of the advantages are held by big corporate entities. That intellectual resource, that groundwork that he laid, I'm confident is going to work itself through this Congress, because both sides care, both Democrats and Republicans care about this issue. And it was overshadowed by a much more attention-grabbing figure. And it was frustrating to me that more of America, more of the media could not pay attention to the important work that David Cicilline was doing. Mr. Speaker, I could go on for a lot longer, but that would be unfair to all the others here who want to pay their respects to a tremendous member of Congress of consequence. And so I yield back my time, and in one farewell, I wanted to say, David, thank you for your service, and I'll miss you in this body.
Thank you. At this time, I yield to Mr. Neguse.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, it is a great privilege to be able to be here today to salute my friend, a fine man, a good man, and someone who has served our country so admirably over the course of these last 12 years in David Cicilline. There's a quote from President John Adams that I want to share, our second president, who once said, "I fear that in every assembly, members will obtain an influence by noise, not sense, by meanness and not greatness, by ignorance, not learning, and by contracted hearts and not large souls." There are many places in our country in which his fears ring true today. But one of the places where it does not is in Rhode Island, where for the better part of the last decade, the people of Rhode Island could rest easy, knowing they had elected a leader who would serve them admirably, a leader whose common sense was on full display as a member of the House leadership team. I can remember very early in my tenure in Congress 5 years ago, learning from and being mentored by David Cicilline as he chaired the House Democratic Policy and Communications Committee, always willing to help a new member navigate the experience of serving in Congress. His greatness was on full display during the course of the investigation that he led as chairman of the Antitrust Subcommittee. As his vice chair during that subcommittee investigation, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, firsthand just how hard he worked, day in, day out, the entrenched interests and the concentrated power that he fought against day after day to ensure that that investigation would be done and that ultimately the American public would benefit from it. And of course, his learning was on full display during the course of both presidential impeachments over the course of the last 4 years, but in particular during the second impeachment, when Mr. Cicilline and I stood together on the floor of the United States Senate, when his fidelity to the Constitution and his role in defending our democracy was on full display to millions of Americans. He has been an effective representative for the people of Rhode Island. He has been a tireless leader here in the United States Congress. He's done his country and his state a great service, and he's been a dear friend, a dear, dear friend to so many of us in the Congress. In the last 5 years, I've been here on the floor for quite a few departing speeches from members, people I considered friends. I have yet to come to one in which the chairwoman of the Appropriations Committee, the chairman of the Veteran Affairs Committee, the chairman of the Equality Caucus, the Speaker of the House, the former chairman of our caucus have all gathered, except for today. And it's a reflection of just how special David Cicilline is, the reach and breadth of the support and friendships that he developed within the House Democratic Caucus, which I believe will last long after he's left this hallowed chamber. So to David, to Mr. Cicilline, the gentleman from Rhode Island, we say thank you for your service to our country. We will miss you. We look forward to seeing you again. I yield back.
Thank you. At this time, I yield to Mr. Pocan.
I'd like to thank the gentleman from Rhode Island, and I'd like to thank David Cicilline for his great work in Congress. He has been an LGBTQ plus leader. He has been a progressive champion. He has been a Judiciary Committee leader, and he's been a mentor to many of us in Congress, including myself. And I'm going to really miss having him and his wisdom in Congress. I think a lot of people are going to miss him across the country. If you care about gun violence, you're going to miss David Cicilline. He was the author of the assault weapon ban, so important as we have shooting after shooting after shooting with an AR-15. His bill would help address that in this country. But it's not just that, it's also he has gone above and beyond. Every time in this chamber, when there's a moment of silence and no moment of action around gun violence, it's so disheartening for everyone around the country. But that day that's been talked about, when he was one of the organizers, sitting down and taking over this chamber to have a moment of action, is one of the few times, in fact, the only time, that I saw that in my 10.5 years in Congress. If you care about progressive values, you're going to miss David Cicilline. He was a progressive caucus leader, and as chair of the DPCC, he led on our values and articulating values for Democrats, and he did an amazing job in doing that. If you care about democracy, you're going to miss David Cicilline. Being an impeachment manager is a huge undertaking. And you had, trust me, all kinds of people around the country who disagree with you saying all sorts of interesting things. David did an amazing job in standing up for this country and for everyone who cares about our democracy in that role. If you care about consumer issues, you're going to miss David Cicilline. As that chair of that subcommittee on the Judiciary Committee dealing with antitrust and tech issues, he was fighting on behalf of consumers so that we could have more affordable costs of goods so that you didn't just have a few monopolies running everything. And if you care about equality and LGBTQI plus rights, I guarantee you're going to miss David Cicilline. He was the chair of our Equality Caucus for a very long time, and he was the lead author of the Equality Bill. But most importantly, David has been a role model for LGBTQ youth across the country. It's not easy still, even in 2023, to be out and gay, especially in this body with people who still are attacking trans kids. As a last gasp against equality, David has been our leader and our senior member of the Equality Caucus, and we so respect all the work that he's done. So I'm going to miss his positive leadership style. I'm going to miss his common sense vision, but most importantly, I'm going to miss his friendship. David Cicilline has, again, as I said, been a great mentor to many of us. We know he's going to do great back in Rhode Island, and I too am going to get to Clementine's. So I yield back.
Thank you. At this time, I yield to Mr. Larson.
Thank you. I'm honored to join my colleagues, and I was fortunate to hear the deaness of our delegation speak earlier, and I'm not very good at farewells or goodbyes. I'm far better at hellos. David, we could never say goodbye to such an engaging and compassionate and caring individual, reflected in the legislation that you have put forward, reflected in the way that you have represented the people of Rhode Island, how you engage yourself on this floor with individual members. What you have done time and again, leading with your heart, but using that great brain power and strategy to get things done on behalf of people. I know it's been mentioned about our beloved colleague John Lewis and staging that sit-in here on the floor. But I believe that that's something that everyone who was serving here at the time will never forget. And again, it was your leadership. It was your compassion, your heart. You're a man amongst men who demonstrates that daily. I love and respect you. I will miss you, but not for long, because we'll always be together. And by now, I think just about the whole Congress is headed to Rhode Island for a drink at Clem's. So thank you so much for your service. Thank you so much for your commitment to the people of Rhode Island. The country is better off because David Cicilline has served and represented the people of Rhode Island here in the People's Chamber.
Yield back. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the topic of this legislative order.
Without objection.
Thank you. And I rise today to celebrate the distinguished congressional career of one of Rhode Island's finest public servants and my good friend, Congressman David Cicilline, who will be retiring from the House this week. A born and raised Rhode Islander from a proud Italian and Jewish family, David served as a state representative before making history, being elected the first openly gay American to be mayor of a major city. In his 2 terms as mayor of Providence, David restored ethics and vitality to City Hall and was elected to represent the 1st Congressional District in 2010. For over a decade, David has served the people of Rhode Island with honor, courage, and decency in the House of Representatives. Through his work in the House Judiciary Committee, Representative Cicilline has become a nationally recognized leader in the fights to prevent gun violence and enforce antitrust laws to protect working Americans. As chair of the Congressional Equality Caucus, David has helped lead the charge for LGBTQ+ rights. David also served ably on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, chairing the Africa and Middle East Subcommittee in the last Congress, and served multiple leadership roles in the House Democratic Caucus. And our nation will always be indebted to David Cicilline for his role in holding former President Trump accountable for inciting the deadly assault on the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021. David co-wrote the articles of impeachment while the attack was still in progress, and ably served as a House impeachment manager. I know I speak for many of my colleagues when I say how much I will miss David's energy and intellect in the House. But David's lifetime of service is not yet complete. And come June, he will be taking on his new role as president and CEO of the Rhode Island Foundation, one of the nation's foremost community foundations. I look forward to working with you, David, in your new role. And I join all of Rhode Island in thanking you for your many years of dedicated public service to our state. Thank you very much. I now I yield back the balance of my time, and...
Does the gentleman have a motion?
No. Yeah. And I move that the House now do adjourn.
The question is the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. This decision, the chair of the ayes have it. The motion is adopted according to the House. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.